Chapter 16, 67. Of course, even a grade 7 pill refinement master might not be able to successfully refine the 5 revolutions marrow cleansing pill every time. There are not many marrow cleansing pills on the market. But even if there are very few of them, most of them were first or second revolution pills. Third revolution pills were already considered rare treasures. The higher the grade of the marrow cleansing pill, the longer the seclusion period would be, and the better the effect of nourishing the body. A third revolution marrow cleansing pill could already ensure that a Heaven Immortal expert would be able to seclusion for hundreds of years without any problems. There was no lack of people in the spiritual world who knew what was good for them. As long as the third revolution marrow cleansing pill appeared, it would definitely be sold out in an instant. Of course, the biggest possibility was to enter the auction house. Even the highest level auction house would definitely treat the third revolution marrow cleansing pill as the finale. Was there a fourth or fifth revolution marrow cleansing pill? Yes, there definitely was, but no one would be willing to sell such a thing. After a brilliant pill refinement master refined the pill, at least half of it would be kept for their own use when they went into seclusion. Occasionally, there were a few people who would only give the pill away as a precious gift and would never take it out. The fifth revolution marrow cleansing pill could basically allow one to cultivate the cultivation method of a cultivator once after taking the pill. Then one would be able to think wholeheartedly without worrying about the body and cultivation. The medicinal power of the pill could simulate the cultivation method and carry out the spiritual power circulation. This meant that he didn't even need to cultivate himself. His body would automatically cultivate under the effect of the marrow accumulation pill and take the initiative to improve his cultivation. At this point, the marrow cleansing pill was no longer just a fifth revolution pill. It was equivalent to a cultivator's second primordial spirit. Even if one did not need to care about it, one person would become 2 people. The marrow cleansing pill was responsible for cultivation, and one's brain could think about more things. What Yangchen wanted to challenge now was the marrow cleansing pill. It was impossible to refine the marrow cleansing pill in the mortal world. Firstly, it required raw materials, and secondly, it was very difficult to refine. A fourth revolution pill refinement master did not even need to think about challenging it. Of course, the most important reason was that there was no such pill recipe in the mortal world. The pill recipe of the marrow cleansing pill was not very precious in the spiritual world. Basically, all the major sects had it. This time, Yangchen also found it from the pill recipe given to him by Elder Li of the Profound Heaven sect. In his previous life, Yangchen hid from place to place until he reached the immortal world and became a great principal golden immortal before he was able to enter the realm of a 6th grade alchemist. There was no opportunity, financial resources, and ability to refine this kind of medicinal pill, so there was no pill recipe at all. Holding the pill formula of the Yun marrow pill, Yangchen began to ponder it carefully. If it was any ordinary 5th grade alchemist, even if he wanted to challenge at this time, he would at most challenge the 2nd grade marrow pill, which was already the limit. Of course, Yangchen couldn't just look at the 2nd grade profound marrow pill. With the help of the profound spirit furnace and the dragon spirit, Yangchen could easily reach the 2nd grade refining. How could Yangchen do something so unambitious? If he wanted to challenge, he had to challenge at least rank 4, otherwise it would be a waste of Yangchen's closed cultivation. Yangchen was still thinking about whether he could refine the 5th grade profound marrow pill within 30 years, which was something worth pursuing. Rebirth improved Yangchen's cultivation ability and also improved Yangchen's vision at the same time. Of course, his little ambition was also improved. If he wanted to make a name for himself as a genius alchemist master in the spiritual world, he had to take a big gamble. Although Yangchen could now easily refine the circulating medicinal pill with a profound spirit furnace, the reputation of a 6th grade alchemist master could never be compared with the 5th grade marrow pill. What's more, Yang Qin didn't want to become a 6th grade alchemist master now, which would definitely detonate the alchemy circle of the entire spiritual world. In the end, the 5th grade marrow pill was precious and the difficulty was high, but in theory it was still within the ability of a 5th grade alchemist master. It was a matter of course for a 5th grade alchemist master to refine a 5th grade medicinal pill. Even if someone knew that it was a little wrong, they could never say anything. How normal was it for a 5th grade alchemist master to refine a 5th grade medicinal pill? But if it was really refined, it would definitely be more sensational than Yang Chen's promotion to a 6th grade alchemist master. I really don't know what kind of sensation there would be outside if Yang Chen really took out the 5th grade marrow pill at that time. Even without the 5th grade marrow pill, as long as it was the 4th grade marrow pill, it was enough to make the cultivators who came to ask for pills line up. The pill recipe of the Yuan marrow pill was indeed complicated. There were at least 100 kinds of main medicinal materials, plus a variety of medicinal materials for the monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. There were dozens of medicinal materials that could reach 1,000. These more than 900 kinds of medicinal materials, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that each of them was placed well without conflicting effects could drive a 5th grade alchemist master crazy. There were as many as 70 or 80 kinds of fire seeds used. An alchemist who could master 10 kinds of fire seeds was already a master. So many fire seeds, not to mention anything else. It would take decades to familiarize himself with the fire. This was just a little understanding, not an in-depth study. Fortunately, this was no problem for Yang Qin. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire allowed Yang Qin to have almost all the fire seeds in the mortal world, and made Yang Qin more familiar with the fire seeds than almost all the cultivators. Of course, there may be exceptions. At least Yang Qin was not sure if Big Brother Li Cheng was also familiar with it. Although the fire seeds in the spiritual world were different, most of them were upgraded versions of the mortal fire seeds. Yang Qin himself, plus the dragon spirit, could definitely control it. Then there was the heat and timing during the refining, which couldn't be helped and could only be mastered slowly in the refining process. No matter how rich the theoretical knowledge was, it was impossible to replace the practice. Fortunately, the dregs in the medicine-nourishing gourd that Yang Qin obtained in the mortal world gave Yang Qin countless experience. Plus the various experiments that Yang Qin had done himself. Maybe he could barely survive the refining process. Everything needed to be tested during the actual refining. The medicinal materials that were needed, Yang Qin had almost half of them in his own medicine garden. There was basically no problem in collecting the other half of the medicinal materials that were secretly supported by the profound heaven sect. What Yang Qin had to do was to first sort out these medicinal materials and wait for the refining to use them. However, before the official refining, Yang Qin still needed to do one more thing. That was to absorb the fire seeds. The fire seeds needed by the Yun marrow pill accounted for at least 70% of the spiritual world fire seeds. After Yang Qin arrived in the spiritual world, although he had collected many fire seeds, he had not absorbed any of them because of the many affairs. In order to refine the Yun marrow pill, he had to absorb these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace at least. Fortunately, the fire seeds needed were not particularly advanced, and the fire seeds that were extremely difficult to absorb were basically the 3rd grade fire seeds in the spiritual world. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base and fire control ability, it did not take too long to absorb a kind of fire seed. Chapter 1668. Having said that it took 2 years to refine the dozens of fire seeds needed to refine the profound marrow pill. Before, Yang Qin had always had a spiritual awareness crisis, so there was a fire seed in the air, and Yang Qin did not absorb it. With his experience in the mortal world, the absorption of a certain kind of fire seed could easily cause the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, and he had to guard against it. Now that the spiritual awareness crisis was lifted, there was no need to worry about it. Coupled with the need for alchemy, Yang Qin naturally absorbed the fire seed first. Fortunately, the fire seeds needed for the profound marrow pill were only a large number, but the grade requirements were not very high. The highest was only the 3rd grade of the spiritual world. This was why the profound marrow pill could be challenged by a low-grade alchemist. The 3rd grade spiritual world fire seed was not difficult for Yangchen. The process was still the same. He first absorbed it into the profound spirit furnace, and then let Yangchen absorb it into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire a little bit. At first, Yangchen did not want to integrate the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, but when he studied the pill recipe, he found that the familiarity of the alchemist's control of the fire seed was also closely related to the success rate of alchemy. Yangchen pursued the limit and naturally wanted to do the best, and there was no better way for Yangchen to be familiar with the fire seed than to integrate it into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. During this time, it was regarded as Yangchen's early preparation, so he did not completely retreat. When he absorbed the fire seed, it did not hinder Yangchen from communicating with the master of the palace. Fortunately, there was not much need for Yangchen to intervene in the affairs of the Chunyang Palace. Relatively speaking, Yangchen only paid a little attention to it and did not care much. Often appearing in the sect, Yangchen looked like an idle person. However, almost all the people who appeared here were cultivators. Everyone also understood that this should be a process of Yangchen's cultivation before he really started refining. There were many ways to calm the heart. Many people liked to burn incense and bathe. Some people played the zither and wrote, and so on. Yangchen's method was slightly different, but it was only to maintain the activities of an ordinary person. It was really not surprising. However, ever since Yangchen announced that he was going into seclusion to refine pills, even if outsiders saw Yangchen from afar, they would not appear in front of him to disturb him. This was a form of courtesy and respect. The masters of the big sect might not care, but those who had just ascended did not dare to disturb him. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of surprise Yangchen would give them. Finally, after Yangchen absorbed the fire seed and familiarized himself with it, his mood was finally at its best. After reporting to the head of the palace, Yangchen officially closed the Dragon Palace and began to isolate the outside world. Yangchen had already processed more than 900 kinds of medicinal herbs and placed them in a convenient position. Of course, Yangchen only dealt with it preliminarily and did not delve into it. Everything must be carried out perfectly at the time of refining. The refining process has been simulated many times in Yangchen's mind, but Yangchen has not practiced it once. Some things must be completely thought from beginning to end before they could be done. This was especially true for such a complex medicinal pill like the marrow accumulating pill. In his previous life, Yangchen had never been in contact with this level of goods, and Yangchen never expected that he would succeed in one try. It must be known that even in his previous life, the highest level of alchemy master that Yangchen had reached was only the 6th grade, and that was when he was a great, principal, golden immortal. Now his cultivation was limited, and it was impossible to succeed in one try. The fact was as Yangchen expected. When he added the 340 first kind of medicinal materials, he did not control the heat well, and the medicinal materials in the entire pill furnace instantly turned into a group of black dregs. Failure was failure, but Yangchen was not discouraged. Looking at the world, which alchemy master dared to say that he would succeed in refining the marrow accumulating pill for the first time. Even the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, it was impossible to succeed in alchemy every time, and he also walked step by step from failure to the peak. Some people say that failure is the best teacher, and it seems that it is true. The second time, Yangchen failed when he added the 477th kind of medicinal materials, and there was another group of black dregs. The conflict between medicinal materials was the most difficult to reconcile. Yangchen could persist to more than 400 kinds of medicinal materials in the first 2 refinements before making a mistake, which was already a great achievement. This was also due to the effect of the massive dregs in the medicine nourishing gourd. The third time there was a setback, and when he added more than 400 kinds, he had already failed. After 3 consecutive failures, Yang Chen stopped and began to ponder carefully. After all, the things recorded in the pill recipe did not detail how to refine each step. Yang Chen could only infer a little bit according to the pharmacology he knew. The 3 failures made Yang Chen find that the problem was not in the back, but in the front. After Yang Chen's step-by-step combination of practical reasoning in his mind, he soon found the reason. A certain kind of main medicine seemed to be a little lacking when dealing with it. When the following medicinal materials were added one by one, when the accumulation was almost the same, the effect of the medicine would conflict and lead to failure. No matter which sex pill recipe, such a small problem would not be recorded. But this was the essence of refining the marrow accumulating pill. This kind of experience, no matter which sect it was in, would not be recorded openly. It was definitely the secret of passing on the son and not the wife. After discovering such a small trick, Yang Chen began to refine again. It was very good. The 4th time he persisted to 526 kinds, the 5th time to 587 kinds, and the 6th time to 603 kinds. Another 3 failures, then Yang Chen began to sum up the experience and lessons. After thinking for a while, he found that he had missed a small defect in the front. After continuing to start from the beginning in his mind, Yang Chen then began to refine. After this round of refining, he lost count of how many times. After every 3 failures, Yang Chen would carefully sum up the experience and lessons learned. After experiencing who knows how many failures, Yang Chen was finally able to add 900 kinds of medicinal materials before failing. After a series of failures, Yang Chen finally found the trick. For the first time, he felt confident. As for the remaining medicinal materials, Yang Chen also knew how to deal with them. After carefully thinking about it, Yang Chen sat cross-legged and began cultivating. After cultivating all the cultivation techniques and maintaining all the magic treasures, Yang Chen felt that his mental state was at its peak and he began refining again. This time, he no longer felt the same jerky feeling as before. He was full of confidence. Every step of Yang Chen's was very clear. All the medicinal materials were added at the right time and the heat was handled just right. His refining technique was clean and neat. After adding the last medicinal material, the pill furnace was very normal. Under Yang Chen's careful watch, a furnace of medicinal pills was finally completed after 90 to 80 days. Chapter 16, 69. Yang Chen didn't remember how many times he had failed. He could only determine from the number of dregs that he had failed more than 100 times. That is, Yang Chen was rich and overbearing. Ordinary alchemists, not to mention refining the marrow pill for 100 times, they may not be able to gather the medicinal materials for 50 times. Sometimes the alchemist was the richest profession in the world, but sometimes it was also the most money-burning profession in the world. Without enough financial support, it was impossible to think about being able to hit a higher level. After making the last gesture of collecting the pills, a total of 16 round medicinal pills were formed from the profound spirit furnace and were collected by Yang Chen into a jade bottle. The first successful refining, Yang Chen has not thought about attacking the second grade refining. However, the profound spirit furnace already had the effect of improving the grade of medicinal pills when it was in the mortal world. It had absorbed dozens of fire seeds in the spiritual world. Even if there was no qualitative ascension, this ability was more improved than in the mortal world. Especially with the existence of the dragon spirit, this ability has been enhanced to the extreme. What Yang Chen pinched with 2 fingers was a longan-sized medicinal pill with 2 clear, dragon-shaped pill marks. The medicinal pill was round, indicating that it was abnormally smooth. The dragon pattern was vivid and clear, and it looked very perfect. However, the medicinal pill did not exude a little smell, as if it was a waste pill. Looking at the masterpiece that he had spent a lot of effort to refine, Yang Chen nodded slowly. The second grade marrow pill looked quite good. but he didn't know how the medicinal effect was. With a stretch of his finger, the medicinal pill entered Yang Chen's mouth. Yang Chen swallowed the marrow pill and began to slowly experience the medicinal effect. It was a very wonderful feeling. There was a warm current in the body, slowly repairing the subtle injuries in Yang Chen's body. With Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness cultivation base, he could clearly feel the process of the medicinal pill working in his body. From the beginning to the present refining of the second-grade marrow pill, Yang Chen calculated a little and had been 10 years unknowingly. For such a long time, Yang Chen had been immersed in alchemy. Naturally, he did not take good care of his body. Although 10 years was an insignificant amount of time for a cultivator to go into seclusion, it still had a certain impact on the body. The minor injuries in his body were being healed bit by bit, which also meant that the marrow accumulating pill was taking effect. However, it would take a long time to completely verify it. After all, this was not a one-time healing pill. The marrow pill needed to nourish the body for a long time, and its effect was much better than some healing pills. The first successful refinement was just the beginning. For Yang Chen, this was far from enough. Yang Chen carefully recalled the process of his successful refinement, then prepared the materials, intending to carry out a more in-depth refinement. It would take a longer time to break through to higher revolutions, and this was the perfect time to test the effects of the marrow accumulation pill. After the first successful experience, Yang Chen had absolute confidence in refining the marrow accumulation pill. In this life, he learned the Lao Jun pill scripture from the 3 pure Tao ancestors. This alone was already 10,000 times higher than the starting point of his previous life. After the edification of the medicine nourishing gourd, as long as Yang Chen succeeded in refining once, Yang Chen could basically achieve a 99% success rate in the future refining. The first grade of refining was completed by Yang Chen with ease, and then the second grade of refining began without stopping. Relatively speaking, the refining of the second grade and above was entirely dependent on the refining technique and fire control. There was no step of putting medicinal materials in the refining of the first grade, but this did not mean that it was easier but more difficult. The medicinal pills that had been successfully refined were far from being comparable to the first refining, and the difficulty was beyond imagination. Even Yang Chen was careful to control the alchemy furnace as if he was walking on thin ice, for fear that a little problem would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. Under the careful control of Yang Chen, the second grade refining took Yang Chen almost 8 years to successfully complete. Yang Chen still did not stop. After collecting a few medicinal pills, the rest continued to attack the higher grades of refining. The spiritual awareness of the second grade of the Heaven Immortal seemed a little reluctant in the face of this super complex medicinal pill at this time. It was normal to think about it. Which 7th grade alchemist master was not at the level of the Heaven Immortal? The average spiritual awareness realm had exceeded the 4th grade of the Heaven Immortal. The second grade of the Heaven Immortal could only be said to be barely maintained. It must be known that Yang Chen's breakthrough to the 3rd grade refining, under the promotion of the profound spirit furnace, was already equivalent to the difficulty of the 4th grade. At this time, even if the alchemist master was Yang Chen, he was facing a great challenge. During this kind of high-grade refining, the balance of the medicinal effect should be particularly emphasized. Once there was a little instability in the control, it would lead to the conflict of medicinal effect and destroy the medicinal pill. Fortunately, Yang Chen's wealth was far beyond everyone's expectations. Among the things to balance the medicinal effect, there was one that was very powerful and had almost no attributes but could enhance the medicinal effect and reduce the difficulty of refining. That was the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. When he was in the mortal world, some people suspected that Yang Chen could reach the 5th grade alchemist master because he used the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid in alchemy, which greatly reduced the difficulty of refining, which made Yang Chen's reputation as the first alchemist master. At that time, Yang Chen could be said to have no use for it, but now, it was the time to use it. Because the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was extremely rare, ordinary alchemists would only add 1 or 2 drops, even if they added it. But Yang Qin directly added a drop of each medicinal pill. If other alchemists knew that Yang Chen was so reckless and wasteful, they didn't know how they could curse Yang Qin. But it was a simple thing for Yang Qin, and even Yang Qin felt a little regretful that he couldn't put more. The 3rd grade refining, with the help of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, was completed without any danger. After Yang Qin also put away a few, the rest continued to impact a higher grade. The 4th grade refining, coupled with the improvement effect of the profound spirit furnace, had actually reached the difficulty of the 5th grade. At this stage, Yang Qin had indeed been somewhat powerless. No matter how talented the master was, he could only be helpless in the face of things beyond their strength. Fortunately, Yang Chen still had a trump card, that was the merit chapter given by Big Brother Li Cheng. There was a paragraph in the merit chapter that could be used to increase the medicinal effect on alchemy, but Yang Qin did not spend the merit on the medicinal effect this time, but on the success rate. Basically, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had been used to the extreme. Thanks to the continuous support of the spiritual awareness in the white ball, Yang Qin did not give up. As time passed, Yang Chen was absorbed in the changes of the medicinal pills in the profound spirit furnace. When a certain critical moment appeared, Yang Chen did not hesitate to make a move and instantly collected the pills. 6 profound marrow pills fell into the hands of Yang Chen. Chapter 1670. Yang Chen just put away the medicinal pill and then glanced at the 5 clear dragon patterns on it. He did not look at it again, but immediately lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep in an instant. He didn't know how long he slept, but Yang Qin slowly woke up. The last stage was so exhausting that cultivation could not help Yang Qin recover from his exhaustion. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He could only rely on the most primitive method of sleeping. When he woke up, Yang Qin felt that the exhaustion from refining the pill had been swept away. He was full of energy. After sitting up, Yang Qin sat cross-legged and began to check the condition of his body. The heat flow in his body was still flowing slowly. Even if Yang Qin had experienced the kind of fatigue that almost made him unable to hold on, his body was not damaged at all. On the contrary, it became more and more robust, as if there was endless strength in his body. This was the effect of the marrow pill he had eaten. It had lasted until now, which meant that the effect of the pill was normal. This was the real marrow pill. Of course, Yang Chen had never suspected that the pill Elderly had given him was fake. He had only wanted to experience the effects of the Yuan marrow pill that he had never refined before. The effect of the marrow pill could last for hundreds of years. If there were no accidents, as long as Yang Chen did not suffer any major injuries, his body would not deteriorate even if he did not cultivate for hundreds of years. This was only the 2nd grade marrow pill. If it was the 5th grade marrow pill that was successfully refined, he would not even need to cultivate. His body would automatically cultivate under the effect of the pill. This was the true value of the marrow pill. It was also the reason why so many people wanted it but could not get it. Now, Yang Chen really has this kind of big killing weapon that almost all cultivators dream of. In addition to the 5th grade marrow pill, there was another surprise. When refining the pill, Yang Chen had reached the final stage. His mind was so exhausted that he had to fall into a deep sleep. Even when De Luo Jin Xian had descended, Yang Chen had not been this tired. The divine sense that Yang Chen had consumed was even scarier than when he had unsealed Old Bug and Old Sea. In the past, Yang Chen had never refined the accumulating marrow pill. Even if he refined it, he would not directly try to break through to the 5th grade. At that time, under the situation where his spiritual consciousness could have problems at any time, Yang Chen did not dare to take the risk. Now, after this experience, Yang Chen had found another way to consume his spiritual awareness, which could be regarded as an unintentional benefit. Counting the time, it had been 40 years. 10 years more than Yang Chen's previous estimate of 30 years. He didn't know how anxious the palace master had been in the past 10 years. Without another word, Yang Chen immediately came out of seclusion. When he opened the door of the Dragon Palace, the first thing Yang Chen saw was Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. When Yang Chen was in seclusion, the two women had already returned from the sea experience. When they heard that their husband was in seclusion for alchemy, the two women did not go out. They stayed at the door of the Dragon Palace where Yang Chen was in seclusion. Later, Yang Chen did not come out of seclusion. The two women did not know what had happened. They did not dare to leave and almost never left. Husband. When they saw Yang Chen appear, the two women were happy in their hearts and shouted. Just at this moment, the two women had already determined that there was nothing wrong with Yang Chen, and Yang Chen looked happy. Obviously, there was something happy. The family of three did not talk for a long time. The palace master and the master ancestor came together. When they saw Yang Chen, they were naturally happy again. What medicinal pill did you refine? After the master ancestor Wang Yong sat down, he immediately asked. The other elders also wanted to know what was the rarity of the medicinal pill that could make Yang Chen retreat for 40 years. Yuan Yun Marrow Pill. Yang Chen replied with a smile, and then added a sentence. There are 4th grade and 5th grade ones. I have never refined it before, so it took a long time. After listening to Yang Chen's answer, the master ancestor and others did not seem very surprised, but they all took it for granted. It was not surprising in their eyes that a 5th grade alchemist master refined a 5th grade medicinal pill. The reaction that Yang Chen imagined did not appear. It was such a calm scene. Yang Chen was also a little puzzled. However, Yang Chen just thought about it and immediately understood. Yuan Yun Marrow Pill, a high-level product, has always been a good thing in the spiritual world. The palace master had just ascended and had been building the sect's foothold. They had not yet learned some common sense of the spiritual world, so it was normal that they did not know. In the end, the Chunyang Palace's foundation was insufficient. This was also something that could not be helped. Even Yang Chen said that it was his first refining, so it took a long time. Everyone didn't care, and they didn't know what the 5th grade Yuan Yun Marrow Pill meant. What are your plans next? Come to think of it, it's almost time for the mortal world's disciples to ascend. Grandmaster asked again. From Yang Chen's ascension to the present, it had been more than 90 years, and it would soon be 100 years. The sect now had the territory and resources, and it was time to prepare for the return of those disciples. The palace master had already discussed it. After a few years, when the time was almost right, Elder Zheng would bring a few newly joined human immortal disciples to the reception town to wait. It was believed that there would be many disciples who would ascend. Of course, if the time taken to adapt to the spiritual pressure was taken into account, it did not matter if the sect prepared a few years later. Now everyone's familiarity with the spiritual world was not as much as Yang Chen, so they were waiting for Yang Chen's opinion. When the time comes, Elder Zheng will rush over. We don't have to be too anxious. Yang Chen knew the thoughts of the elders, and they also wanted to let the disciples see the results of the efforts of the predecessors who had ascended over the years. So he suggested appropriately. Yang Chen's words were quite useful in Chunying Palace, and everyone nodded silently. Before that, the sect can consider increasing its influence a little. Yang Chen said with a smile. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking over, Yang Chen explained, Sunset Rock is the way of my sect. It is almost time to hold a large-scale auction to let all parties see. The auction is easy. What is the finale? The palace master was relatively familiar with these and asked subconsciously when he heard the words. If there were no good things, a large-scale auction could not be organized. Use this. Yang Chen took out the jade bottle with a few 4 Revolutions marrow pills and handed it to the palace master. Just use the 4 Revolutions marrow pills that this disciple has newly refined. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Yang Chen said very casually, Let's see if this disciple, the alchemist, can be used in the spiritual world. Chapter 16, 71. When Yang Qin said this, how could everyone not understand that there was something strange about this marrow-accumulating pill? All of a sudden, their expressions became strange. This disciple has been in retreat for a long time, and it's time to do something. Yang Qin did not explain, but said to himself, if the elders are interested, you might as well go out and see the current scale of my sex market. Of course, the implication was to let everyone go out and gain some experience. There was no other way. The sex affairs were entangled, and there were no powerful people to support the sect for the time being. The elders were also very tired. Where would they have other time to pay attention to other things? If they wanted to be knowledgeable, the simplest way was to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. There was no chance to go out, so how could they gain experience? The market was a good place with cultivators from all walks of life, and there were all kinds of things that they had not seen before. It was just a good place to increase their knowledge. These are some stories of the spiritual world collected by this disciple. If the elders have time, you can also read it to relieve boredom. As he said this, Yang Chen held dozens of jade slips in his hands and respectfully handed them to the head of the palace. It was really a very shameful thing to let the disciples guide the elders. Therefore, Yang Chen only used the boring stories to increase his knowledge of the spiritual world. Everyone was a person who knew what was good and bad, and they all nodded to Yang Chen's filial piety. The head of the palace silently took the jade slips and distributed a few pieces to each of the elders. Anyway, when the time came, everyone would copy some. It was very simple. In fact, in these years, the head of the palace had been sorting out the heritage cultivation methods sent by the Profound Heaven sect, and they had already been exposed to a lot of things in the spiritual world. It was just that there were too many things sent by the Profound Heaven sect. At most, everyone would roughly glance at them, and then first classify and store them. These were the foundation for the future prosperity of the sect, and they could not be sloppy. Time was tight. Sorting out those things was not a matter of a day or two, but something that would take hundreds of years to calculate. Everyone wanted to give the disciples of the sect a good environment immediately after they ascended, but they neglected their own cultivation and self-improvement. This is a 5-revolution marrow cleansing pill. Grandmaster, each of you can have one. This time, Yang Chen directly took out all the 5 revolutions marrow deepening pills. One for each of the 6 elders. Take it now. After taking it, immediately cultivate the cultivation technique you usually cultivate. There will be unexpected benefits. In order to refine the 5-fold marrow pill, Yang Chen wanted to challenge the difficulty of alchemy and send a signal to others. More importantly, he was considering the cultivation of the 6 elders. They had too many distractions, so they couldn't focus on cultivation. The 5-revolution marrow deepening pill could automatically cultivate, which made up for this shortcoming. As for the old tree demon, Ho Yin, Shikue, and Xiasha, who had also ascended, there was no such problem at all. They almost didn't worry about the affairs of the sect at all. They focused on their cultivation, and no one knew where they were training. No one doubted the pills that Yang Chen had given them. They immediately consumed the pills and began cultivating according to Yang Chen's instructions. There doesn't seem to be any changes. Master Ancestor Wang Yong was the first to finish his cultivation. After standing up and feeling it, he asked with some doubts, "This is a medicinal pill that can only work for a long time. Master Ancestor, take your time to experience it." Yang Chen didn't say anything, but gave such a simple explanation. In such a few words, several other elders had also finished their cultivation. Everyone actually had the same doubts as Wang Yong in their hearts. When they heard Yang Chen's words, no one asked much. Anyway, the disciples around them had never let them down. Since it was said that this was a long-time kung fu, it would not lie to them. They just had to wait for the future to slowly appreciate it. Yang Chen had to sit in the sect. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would certainly not leave. The palace master could also go out and take a look at the site that their disciples had sought for the sect. Anyway, there was Yang Chen, an old insect. The sect would definitely be safe and sound. After sending away a group of elders, Yang Chen took Gao Yu and Gong Sunling back to the Dragon Palace. What surprised Yang Chen was that this time, when the two women and Lan Ning went out to experience and return to the Chunying Palace, Lan Ning actually followed them to the Chunying Palace, instead of staying at sea as before. Is it strange? Lan Ning looked at Yang Chen's strange gaze and asked with a smile. After Lan Ning transformed, she was a stunning beauty with a blue ring tattoo on her body. Now, with such a smile, there was a strange charm. I thought you would be in the sea. Yang Chen nodded and did not hide his surprise at all. This time, I went with your two women to the sea around the sea and saw a lot of experts. Lan Ning sat opposite to Yang Chen and very boldly grabbed a cup of tea that Gong Sunling had already poured for her from the tea table next to her and took a sip, then said, I have to say, you and Ling are really amazing. Lan Ning, who was a third-grade Earth Immortal, could say this kind of words. It seemed that this time, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling really surprised Lan Ning. Yang Chen turned his head and looked at Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Both women smiled at Yang Chen, and their faces were full of pride. Lan Ning was not the kind of ordinary cultivator who cultivated to the third grade of the Earth Immortal, but a powerful character who had been in a variety of complex environments. In terms of combat power alone, Lan Ning would never be under an ordinary fifth-grade Earth Immortal cultivator. Even Lan Ning was optimistic about Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. There must have been more than one fierce battle, and the two women had one. You and Ling make me feel that your Chunying Palace seems to be quite good. Lan Ning didn't speak so euphemistically and said, I don't know if you are willing to accept me, who has a monster race background. If Senior is willing to join, Chunying Palace is certainly honored. Yang Chen was happy in his heart. He had long wanted to pull Lan Ning into the sect, but he had not succeeded. Now she finally proposed to join. As for the monster race background, I think Senior also knows that my Chunying Palace is the first sect in the mortal world to have a hall of eccentrics. Now there are several elders who are also from the monster race in the sect. Lan Ning had this intention, of course. She had already learned about the situation from Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen's reply had already completely accepted her to join Chunying Palace. In fact, there is still a little presumptuous request. Things were going well, but Lan Ning suddenly became coy and said with some hesitation, Actually, I still have a few friends here. I have been looking for a suitable sect to join. I don't know if Chunying Palace can also consider it? Chapter 1672. Oh, I don't know what their situation is now. Yang Chen was interested. Those who could be regarded as friends by Lan Ning were estimated to be some unruly murderers and arsonists. So Lan Ning would have such a look. Not all sect could accept a group of such disciples. Well, you know that I also do some business when I have nothing to do. Lan Ning saw that Yang Chen's tone seemed to have loosened, and the words were also spoken, but she was not as shy as before and once again restored that kind of forthright tone and said straightforwardly, Of course, the spiritual world is not a peaceful place. Yang Chen did not criticize Lan Ning's approach, but directly used the rules of the spiritual world itself to deal with it, which was very much to Lan Ning's liking. Yes, that's what I mean. Lan Ning immediately hit the table and said excitedly, My friends are almost the same as me. What do you think? How many friends do you have? What is their cultivation base? Yang Chen, of course, had to ask clearly. A group of people like Lan Ning could not be casually nodded and agreed. Even if the sect already had Ho Yin, such a powerful person, Ho Yin's situation was different after all. People like Lan Ning were easy to bring disaster to the sect. There are hundreds of them. When answering Yang Chen's question, Lan Ning felt a little guilty. Hundreds of fierce guys wanted to join a small sect, like Chunying Palace. It would be strange if people were not scared. I met them when I was selling stolen goods in various places. Although everyone is in different places, they also contact each other from time to time. There are high and low cultivation bases. The highest is a fairy immortal, and the lowest is a human immortal. Now that she had started, Lanning didn't need Yangchen to ask more questions, and said everything. These people basically belong to the same identity as Lanning, rogue cultivators, and from time to time do some business without capital. Everyone traded some stolen goods with each other, and then vaguely formed a small group. It could not be said that it was a rogue cultivator alliance. After all, they were not in the same place. They met when they had something to do, and when they had nothing to do, they were busy with their own things, often walking by the river. How could they not wet their shoes? Always doing business without capital, more or less they would be hated by people. It would be fine if they did it cleanly, but if they didn't, then they would have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Even though these people were all ferocious cultivators, most of the time they were no match for the cultivators of the sect. Often, they would be hunted down to the point of pissing their pants. Therefore, these people had the idea of seeking refuge in a certain sect. However, these people had committed crimes for many years and were notorious. None of the sects with roots in the spiritual world were willing to accept them, so they could only end up overseas or in places that were rarely visited by humans. Lan Ying found that someone used her monster power crystal to summon her. She was being chased by a master, so she went down the slope and used her advantage in the sea to get rid of the enemy and found Yangchen. The Sea of Hatred belonged to the territory of Chunying Palace, and it could be regarded as a temporary shelter for Lan Ying. When he was practicing with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, he happened to meet his opponent again. The opponent already had the strength of the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal. His combat power was much stronger than Lan Ying's, and his magic weapon was powerful. Lan Ying could only escape when she met him. However, that guy was quite unlucky. He met Gao Yu and Gong Sunling by Lan Ying's side. The other party was not a good bird. He insulted Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Lan Ying. As a result, that guy was miserable. Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map plus Gao Yu's super armor and water and fire dual flying sword directly cut off the head of the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal. The series of actions of the two women who cooperated with each other made Lan Ying stunned. Lan Ying never thought that the 2/3 grade human immortal cultivators would be so terrifying. Thinking of Yang Chen's other woman, Tao Junkie, who was also at the level of a human immortal with a few pets, she was able to fight with her. It was because she had little time with Yangchen that she was so useless. So, in the process of traveling, Lan Ying began to wonder if she could join Chunying Palace. Lan Ying's friends could live a good life. One of the important reasons was that they were well informed. They soon learned that dozens of fairy immortal masters of the 5 major sects had spoken to protect Chunying Palace for 1,000 years, which increased Lan Ying's idea of joining. Basically, Yangchen had thoroughly understood Lan Ying's meaning. In fact, there was still one thing she didn't say. Chunying Palace had just established a sect in the spiritual world. Presumably, they still didn't know the notoriety of these guys. In order to quickly expand their strength, they would accept them regardless. It's a good plan. Yangchen didn't have much disgust on his face, and even had a smile on his face. He knew that these ideas were definitely not what Lan Ying, a careless guy, could come up with. It must be someone else. Maybe it was Lan Ying's friends. These guys obviously had bad intentions. They wanted to take shelter under the Chunying Palace, but they didn't come forward themselves. They encouraged Lan Ying, a heartless guy, to come forward. However, it was a pity to let go of such a group of people. But how to use them? Yangchen still had to think about it. At this moment, Lan Ying looked at Yangchen. She didn't have the mood of a senior looking at a junior, but waited for Yangchen's decision. This was related to the future livelihood of her friends, and she couldn't help but be nervous. Yangchen's brain turned quickly, and he thought of one idea after another in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered a characteristic of those guys that Lan Ying had just said. "You said that they are well informed." Yangchen looked at Lan Ying and suddenly asked, Of course. Lan Ning nodded up and down quickly. If they are not well informed, they would have been blocked long ago. The well-informed guys, Yang Chen suddenly thought of the wine Immortal house in the mortal world. The rapid development of the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world was inseparable from the full support of the wine Immortal house later. It's just that after the ascension, the Chunyang Palace was still too busy to take care of itself, not to mention creating a wine Immortal house. However, the hundreds of powerful and well-informed guys brought out by Lan Ying's words seemed to be good at inquiring about information. Moreover, these guys could also exchange stolen goods with each other. They also had some business abilities. Once used well, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Chunyang Palace. If these guys could really set up the framework of the wine Immortal house in the spiritual world, in the future, the Chunyang Palace would not be as dark as it is now, and there would be a group of non-staff experts. I'll think about it. Yang Chen first gave Lan Ning a reply. After thinking for a moment, he looked up and asked, "You say if I am willing to help them set up a chain of chambers of commerce, will they be happy?" Chapter 16, 73. Yang Chen's proposal was completely out of Lan Ying's expectation. She couldn't help her companions make decisions. She could only run one more time and ask them for their own opinions. When Lan Ning left Chunyang Palace to find her friends to ask for advice, the head of the palace and the master ancestor were also looking for others to ask about the Yun Marrow pill. There were some records on the jade slip given to them by Yang Chen before, but the records were not very detailed, just a simple explanation of the efficacy of the Yun Marrow pill. Seeing that it was just to keep the body from declining during a long-term retreat, everyone was a little stunned. If this was the case, why did Yang Chen only use the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow pill as the final auction item? Everyone had eaten the 5 revolutions Yun Marrow pill, and they had not been fully accustomed to it in the past few days. However, everyone had already noticed that their daily cultivation seemed to be much easier, and they didn't need to control it at all. Although Sunset Rock was the site of Chunyang Palace and also the industry of Chunyang Palace did not have a real shop. Even the auction held every once in a while was entrusted to the 5 major sect. At this point, it was particularly obvious that Chunyang Palace had no foundation in the spiritual world. "Palace Master, what are you going to auction?" The guy in charge of the reception at the auction house welcomed the head of the palace and several elders with the posture of receiving their ancestors. There was no need to mention the enthusiasm. It couldn't be helped. No matter which sect was in charge, they had firmly warned the disciples here that if anyone dared to disrespect the people of Chunyang Palace, then they would take the initiative to go to the law enforcement hall to be punished, and there would be no mercy. Even if they didn't look at anyone's face, they had to look at whose territory this was. A few 4 revolutions pill, you also know that my sect has a good alchemy disciple. The head of the palace did not have much intention to explore on his face. He said lightly, "A few of us want to come out and have a look." Yang Chen refined a few medicinal pills and said that he would sell them for travel expenses. "You can arrange it for us." "Absolutely no problem." The receptionist looked at the jade bottle on the table and patted his chest. "There will be a big auction soon. Palace Master, your item will be the finale." What a joke! In the territory of Chunyang Palace, in the auction of Chunyang Palace, the first thing that the Palace Master of Chunyang Palace took out to support, even if it was garbage, it was also the finale. The shop assistant didn't even need to ask for instructions to make this decision. Although the jade bottle did not look like much, since it was a pill refined by Grandmaster Yang Chen, he still had to give some face. This was the order given by all the stewards of the sect. As long as the waiter did as he was told, it would be a great merit. The auction house had the rules of the auction house. Even if it was to give face, the treasures must be inspected by the shopkeeper who was responsible for the appraisal. This was the rule of the industry. The Palace Master of Chunyang Palace was no exception. The shop assistant quickly invited the shopkeeper on duty for this period of time. Accompanying him was the chief appraiser who was stationed here for this period of time. However, When the two rushed over, there was nothing special on their faces. They just smiled politely, especially the chief appraiser. He was even more disapproving. When he came, he had already heard that this was the work of the only alchemist in Chunying Palace, Yang Chen, Grandmaster Yang. As far as he knew, Yang Chen was only a 5th-grade alchemist master so far. The chief appraiser had personally seen countless works of 6th-grade and 7th-grade alchemists. How could the work of a 5th-grade alchemist master lift his spirits? If it weren't for giving face to Chunying Palace, he would not have come out anyway. This could be seen from the chief appraiser's understatement of picking up the bottle and pouring out the medicinal pill casually. There was no attitude of attaching importance to it at all. He did not even abide by the most basic action essentials of taking it lightly. Just a 4th-grade medicinal pill. The appraiser squinted, and the first thing he saw was 4 dragon-shaped pill patterns. After seeing it, he was even more disapproving in his heart. As he said, it was just a 4th-grade medicinal pill. He came out this time to give face to his own sect, not to Chunying Palace. When he saw that it was just a 4th-grade medicinal pill, the shopkeeper on duty next to him was a little disappointed. The 4th-grade medicinal pill was already nothing in the spiritual world. This time, it was estimated that he was really giving face to Chunying Palace. Everyone cooperated happily. No matter how bad the medicinal pill was, he had to make a final product and then find a disciple to buy it at a high price. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The head of the palace and several elders looked at the attitude of the chief appraiser and the shopkeeper on duty, and their hearts were a little nervous. They were all experienced people for many years. How could they not see the perfunctory attitude of these two? However, Yang Chen was so confident that he would definitely not lie to them. They still had to wait and see. Fortunately, although the chief appraiser's attitude was perfunctory, he had to give a conclusion in any case. Since the customer brought the auction item, he was obliged to identify the name and grade. When the appraiser brought the medicinal pill to his eyes, after a few careful looks, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the medicinal pill in his hand, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. This. The shopkeeper on duty was still thinking about how to arrange it, but the appraiser holding the medicinal pill was completely frightened. Holding the medicinal pill, his whole body trembled. He said a few words in his mouth, but the following words could not be said. To be able to serve as the chief appraiser in the auction house run by the 5 major sect, the one who came could definitely be regarded as a knowledgeable person. However, even in his thousands of years of life, up to now, the medicinal pill in his hand had only been heard from legends, and he had never seen the real thing. Now he was actually holding one in his hand. How could he not be excited? The shopkeeper on duty and the appraiser had been working together for many years. When he saw his face, he knew that this was definitely a great thing. The thoughts just now were swept away and immediately replaced with a look of surprise and caution, just waiting for the appraiser to say the answer. How is it possible? After the appraiser stammered a few good words, he did not directly give a conclusion, but he exclaimed, "What kind of medicinal pill is it?" The shopkeeper was also a little anxious. He only said a few words for such a long time. Wasn't this deliberately hanging people's appetite? He immediately urged her. The chief appraiser did not seem to hear it. He directly reached out and took out an extremely delicate jade bottle from his body and carefully put the medicinal pill in it. Looking at his careful appearance, it was as if he was putting a rare treasure, sweeping away the casual attitude just now. The golden reporter, from the jade bottle of the head of the palace, carefully took out the medicinal pill one by one, and after one appraisal, transferred it to a new jade bottle. Chapter 1674. Who? When everything was completed, the chief appraiser took a long breath, as if he was glad that he did not damage the elixir in the slightest. Until now, his eyes were still flashing with splendor, which was a performance of his excitement to the extreme. What kind of elixir is that? The shopkeeper on duty finally asked. Just now, the appraiser was so careful that even the shopkeeper's breathing at that time was careful, for fear of disturbing the appraiser. It's just a 4-grade marrow pill. No need to make such a fuss, right? The attitude of the appraiser had long been seen in the eyes of the palace master. At this time, without waiting for the appraiser to answer, he immediately interjected and replied, 4-grade marrow pill. The shopkeeper on duty almost jumped up. Finally, his cultivation base was good, and he had seen a lot of good things. He forcibly resisted the impulse, turned to the chief appraiser, and carefully asked, Really? Really? The chief appraiser's palms were now a little wet. This situation had not appeared for him for many years. But today he really had this feeling. After the excitement, the chief appraiser was unspeakably glad. Fortunately, he came over today, otherwise, wouldn't such a precious thing be missed by him? The shopkeeper on duty directly stood in the same place, stunned, and couldn't say a word for a long time. A master of the earth immortal level suddenly became like this. It really made people unable to help but laugh. The beauty in the hearts of the palace master and several elders simply couldn't be mentioned. At the beginning, the perfunctory attitude of these people because of someone's face, and now the sincere shock, was completely the most beautiful reversal of the plot, which made several elders really pleasing to the eye. This kind of good show, who had the heart to break it? The hearts of several elders were like drinking honey from the top of their heads directly to the soles of their feet. In any case, they had to appreciate it for a while. Face, what was face? Compared with the perfunctory performance at the beginning, now even the shopkeeper was shocked in place. This was face. You guys look like gods, but we've already eaten a better one. That's what we call face. What else is there to bet on? The shopkeeper on duty finally recovered from his daze and immediately shouted, giving everyone a fright. Release the news immediately. There will be a special auction in 10 days. If they can make it, then it's their luck. If they can't, then it's their misfortune. Now, the guy who had been serving next to him had already become a pillar when he first heard the head of the palace saying that it was the 4 revolutions yun marrow pill, and did not move. It wasn't until he heard the shopkeepers roar that he came to his senses. He responded loudly and ran out frantically. 10 days later, the 4 revolution marrow deepening pill will be auctioned. Almost as soon as the shop assistant walked out, everyone heard him shouting at the top of his lungs. After shouting a few times, the surrounding area immediately boiled over. Really? Are you kidding me? Dreaming in broad daylight. After a series of questioning voices rang out, the crowd seemed to have finally found the source of the voice. They saw that it was a staff member who had exited the auction house, shouting loudly. After confirming it several times, they finally believed the news. The auction house would hold a special auction of the 4 revolutions yun marrow pill in 10 days. In less than half a day, the entire hundreds of miles of the entire Sunset Rock Market turned into a boiling sea. The news began to spread to the surrounding Sheeping Mountain and further areas, and no one knew where it would spread. For revolutions yun marrow pill, as long as you have lived in the spiritual world for hundreds of years, who did not know this kind of good thing, as long as you heard the news, you all wanted to know more about it. In the end, which alchemy master refined the yun marrow pill, how many were auctioned, and what conditions could be met to participate in the auction. Everyone wanted to know. Even if the scale of the Sunset Rock auction house was very large, the space it could accommodate was absolutely limited, and it was impossible to put everyone down. So, if you want to participate in the auction, there must be a threshold. What kind of threshold? 10 pounds of upper-grade spirit stones? 50 pounds? Or 100 pounds? It must be known that the last time Yang Qin participated in the auction that Ju Fu Lu carefully prepared for half a year, it was only the threshold of 2 pounds of upper-grade spirit stones. But this time, the exact news had not yet spread. The cultivators who understood the news had spontaneously set a high standard and began to collect spirit stones. The news came from the auction house of the Sunset Rock. In the end, People got the exact news that it was brought to the auction house by the palace master of Chunying Palace and several core elders. It was refined by the only alchemy master of Chunying Palace, Yang Chen. The cultivators who had been waiting for the news of Yang Chen's exit finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. Master Yang really did not let anyone down. The 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill was really a big deal. It must be known that no one in the spiritual world had ever auctioned the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill, just as no one in the immortal world had ever auctioned the 9 revolutions Golden Pill. This time, Master Yang really gave everyone a big surprise. It was one thing to participate in the auction to grab the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill, but another group of people immediately rushed back to the sect with the news. This shocking news must be brought back. The pure Yang Palace didn't make a sound. It was really amazing. They thought that Yang Qin could only rely on the prolonging life pill to exchange for 1,000 years of peace in Chunying Palace. But the emergence of the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill immediately changed the situation. The refining materials of the prolonging life pill were limited, and the quantity would not be much. There would always be a time when they were used up. However, the Yun Marrow Pill was different. The materials were almost all available in the spiritual world. Even if it was a little expensive, as long as the pill was refined, it could be earned back hundreds of times. There were more than a lot of cultivators in the world who wanted the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill. As long as the news spread out, the people in line would probably be able to line up from Linyang River to the outside of the Sunset Rock. How many people wanted a few 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pills, but could not find the right person to ask for help? Now that Yang Chen had this ability, wouldn't everyone treat Yang Chen like a master who was blind and dared to touch Chunying Palace? There would definitely be people who would be happy to take the heads of these guys to ask Yang Chen for credit. This was simply a copy of the mortal world. It seemed that Yang Chen relied on his alchemy skills to turn Chunying Palace, a third-rate sect, into the current quasi-super sect. The palace master and several elders finally knew what kind of treasure the 5 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill that their disciples gave them was. Not to mention the 5 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill. Even the 4 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill had been snatched by people. Fortunately, they did not tell these guys that they had already eaten the 5 revolutions Yun Marrow Pill. Chapter 16, 75. Countless people were looking forward to knowing how many elixirs were going to be auctioned. But it was not until 2 days before the auction that the auction house released the news that there were only 6 for revolving marrow pills being auctioned. 6 revolving marrow pills. When they heard the news, many people lost their hope. This was not something they could do anything about. This was the territory of the Tao sections. Each of the 5 major sects of the Tao sects would definitely have one. Only the remaining one would be released. Then it was very likely that it would be snatched by the demon sect, the demon race, or the rogue cultivator alliance. As for the real rogue cultivators, they didn't even need to think about it. Fortunately, the role of this Yun Marrow Pill for the cultivators was not as important as the prolongation life pill for the cultivators who were at the end of their lifespan, and there was no urgent need. When everyone heard about the Yun Marrow Pill, they subconsciously knew that this was a good thing. When they calmed down, they still did what they should do. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the 10th day. As many people expected, this time, only the super big sect entered the auction, and even the ordinary first-class sect was rejected. Of course, the master of the palace and several elders occupied a box. This was the Sunset Rock. There was no place for anyone. There must be a seat in the pure Yang Palace, and it had to be the most honorable master seat. Even the leader of the Tao sects, the world's largest Xiantian sect, would not compete with the Chunying Palace on this. Because it was a special auction, all the VIPs who came were knowledgeable people, so the auction was very simple. There was no warm-up, no host on the top of the hype, just took out the Yun Marrow Pill and auctioned one by one. The 4 revolving Dragon Mark Yun Marrow Pill, After the collective evaluation of the 5 major sect appraisers, the base price is 50 pounds of high-grade crystal stone start. The host didn't waste any time talking nonsense. A beautifully crafted jade box was placed in front of him. There was an extremely exquisite array formation on the jade box that sealed the medicinal properties of the pill. A round pill was placed in the eye of the array formation so that everyone could see it. 5 lifelike dragon marks had now almost become the symbol of Yang Chen's refining of medicinal pills. Even if others had a higher level of alchemy than Yang Chen, they could not leave dragon marks on the medicinal pills. 60 gene, 70 gene, 40 gene, 90 gene, 100 gene. There was no fierce competition, and there was no host deliberately stirring up the atmosphere. The bidders were very calm, and there were no fractions of increments. They kept going up by 10 caddies, as if the spirit stones were just numbers that were not worth cherishing. As expected, the first pill was taken by the Black Heaven sect. 150 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1.5 kilograms of best-grade spirit stones. The Yun Marrow pill was not a life-saving medicinal pill like the longevity pill, nor was it a medicinal pill like the questioning inner heart pill that could make people break through. It was just a 4th-grade Yun Marrow pill. There was really no urgent need for it. Basically, this could be considered as setting a base price for Yang Chen's marrow accumulation pill. The sects behind, whether it was for the sake of the profound Heaven sect's face or for the sake of the pure Yang Palace's face, they would only call it higher than this, not lower than this. Sure enough, the price of the next 5 Yun Marrow pills was basically between 300 and 350 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones, and the difference was at most 50 kilograms of spirit stones. The people who participated in the auction were very tacit, and all the bidding stopped, and there was no situation of looting. The master of the palace and several elders were in a good mood these days. This was the site of their Chunyang Palace, but there were only a few people who could really look at Chunyang Palace. But in the past few days, they saw that everyone's eyes were full of intimacy, just like when they asked for help from Chunyang Palace in the mortal world. After ascending, how long has it been since they enjoyed such a gaze? 200 years? 300 years? In these days at the Sunset Rock, the elders had indeed broadened their horizons. No matter which shop they entered, the merchants would receive them with the most solemn attitude, answering all their questions and putting all the good things in front of them without greeting them. Perhaps everyone knew that they had just ascended to the spiritual world not long ago, and they had been wandering around and had just settled down. It was estimated that they did not know the beauty of some things. The shopkeepers of each family personally stood next to them and explained in detail. As long as any of the elders showed an interested look, without saying anything, they would immediately wrap it up, and when the elders left, they would offer it with both hands. Of course, this was not a gift, and it must be paid. However, none of the merchants present would directly mention this to the master of the palace and several elders. They just said that on a fixed day, there would be a man who would go to Chunyang Palace to visit, and by the way, settle the account with the manager of Chunyang Palace, who was in charge of the property. Their attitude was respectful, and their tone was enthusiastic, making it hard for people to refuse. From the appearance of the 4th-grade profound marrow pill, everyone understood a truth. The pure Yang Palace, this insignificant, small martial arts sect, had already relied on their own outstanding alchemy disciple, and once again had the hope of rising. Today, Yang Chen could refine the 4 turns marrow pill. Who knew when he could refine the 5 turns marrow pill? That was the ability of a 7th-grade alchemist. If they did not curry favor with such a star of hope, how could their business be so big? Yang Chen taking out the 4 turns marrow pill was simply a signal to the major sect and all the cultivators. The most talented alchemist in the mortal world had returned from the spiritual world. Why did the sect buy the 4 turns marrow pill so tacitly? Wasn't it just to go back and test it? As long as it really proved that the elixir was not fake, They believed that the major sect would soon send high-level officials to Chunyang Palace with goodwill. In the mortal world, Yang Chen and the major sect had cooperated more than once or twice, and it was a familiar thing. In the spiritual world, there were definitely many alchemists who could refine the 4 turns marrow pill, but Yang Chen was definitely the only one who was willing to take out the 4 turns marrow pill. Although the demand for the 4 turns marrow pill was not very urgent, this elixir gave a very clear signal to all those who doubted and were not optimistic about Yang Chen. Yang Chen could refine the 4 turns marrow pill in less than 100 years after his ascension, so it seemed that it was only a matter of time for him to refine more advanced elixirs. Some people even began to doubt whether Yang Chen had already broken through to the 6th grade alchemist. This question was very practical and not outrageous at all, because in addition to Yang Chen, all the alchemists who could refine the 4 turns marrow pill were 7th grade alchemists. Occasionally, there was a 6th grade alchemist who was about to break through to the master of alchemy. Although Yang Chen had not refined any 6 turns marrow pill, it seemed to be reasonable to infer from this point. Was there anything more surprising than a little guy who had just ascended to the immortal world less than 100 years ago becoming a 6th grade alchemist? Those sect and masters who had cooperated with Chunying Palace before all began to make their own plans. Chapter 1676. Yang Chen had a little advantage. That was, as long as the price was enough, as long as he could refine the medicinal pill. There was nothing that could not be obtained from his hands. In the mortal world, from the questioning inner heart pill to the inner sensing pill, spirit congealing pill, longevity pill, and so on, there was no exception. It has never been heard of that Yang Chen would collect a certain kind of medicinal pill and keep it a secret. Such an alchemy master was the best alchemy master. There were also many alchemy masters in the pill tripod sect, but if they wanted to make a move, it was difficult to see them. Their faces were ugly, and even if they smiled and spent a lot of money, they might not be able to get the medicinal pill they wanted. Although Yang Chen might not be able to buy the medicinal pill they wanted here, it was a problem of the quantity of Yang Chen's alchemy. Not that he didn't help. It was completely different from the guys in the pill tripod sect who felt that the world owed them money. Since there was Yang Chen, the pill tripod sect seemed to have to put down their high and mighty attitude and began to become a lot more human. A fact that many masters of the pill tripod sect couldn't face was that they were obviously a professional alchemy sect, but in the highest level of medicinal pills, they couldn't compare with Yang Chen. If they maintained that attitude, others just needed to compare Yang Chen with them, and the whole sect could be directly ashamed to death. I can't believe that I still underestimated this kid. In the council hall of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island and many elders were discussing this matter. Among them, there was the Lord of Tantai, an elderman who had ascended from the mortal world. The speaker was naturally an elder of the spiritual world. How many of the 6th and 7th grade alchemy masters in the sect can refine the 4th grade marrow pill? The island master turned his head directly to the medicinal hall master and asked, "There are more than 300 6th grade alchemy masters and more than 100 7th grade alchemy masters in the sect." The medicinal hall master had a scale in his heart about the level of each alchemist. Hearing this, he immediately replied, "However, those who can refine the 4 revolutions marrow pill are only about 57th grade alchemists and no more than 5 6th grade alchemists. What about the 5 revolutions marrow pill?" The island master next to her interjected and asked one more question. 5. The hall master of medicinal hall did not ignore the Lord of Tantai's question. Instead, he answered seriously, "All of them are heaven immortal grade 7 pill masters." After answering, he asked curiously, "Why are you asking about the 5 turns marrow cleansing pill?" This disciple has had many dealings with Yang Chen in the mortal world. The Lord of Tantai said with a wry smile, "He is the husband of Shanshan, a disciple of the sect. His temperament is the most protective. The sect treated Shan Shan badly, and he actually taught a lesson to the sect. Everyone was very curious. The Green Jade Immortal Island was also a super big sect in the mortal world. Yang Qin actually dared to teach people in the sect. Who gave him such courage? Why? Elder Min didn't wait for the Lord of Tantai to answer. She immediately got up and told the old story for the Lord of Tantai, satisfying the curiosity of the elders. Finally, she smiled bitterly in front of everyone. This guy is very protective. If he has good things, he will definitely give them to the people around him first. This disciple guesses that Shan Shan is still cultivating in the sect. If she is with him these days, maybe the quintuple marrow pill has already been in her hands. Is this true? When Elder Min said this, not only the island master, but the other elders were shocked, and they all got up in unison. Some of the impatient ones have already asked loudly. According to his habits in the mortal world, it is indeed so. The Lord of Tantai's wry smile just now was for this reason. Elder Min also knew Yang Chen in detail. Her guess coincided with the Lord of Tantai. If that's the case, he can take out a higher grade face retaining pill at any time? Another elder was concerned about other issues. Hearing that the way Yang Qin taught the Green Jade Immortal Island a lesson was to cut off the supply of the appearance pill of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now they also took the opportunity to ask. The Green Jade Immortal Island was almost a female-dominated sect. In the entire sect, the number of male disciples was less than 100, and most of them were women. As long as it was a woman, they would care about their appearance and care about their appearance. The masters in the spiritual world have basically had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, or even longer. Except for those with superb cultivation bases, many disciples who could not break through but did not have to worry about their lifespan for the time being, they were already middle-aged or even old. Among the elders present, there were many old women. Even if their cultivation base was profound, it was an unchangeable fact that their appearance was old. Unless they waited for the next breakthrough. Otherwise, they could only look like chicken skin and crane hair. For a group of female cultivators who loved beauty, it was a terrifying thing like death. When there was no way before, there was no way, everyone was used to their old appearance. Even if it was long known that Yang Qin had the appearance pill, it was only useful in the mortal world below the age of 1,000 years. In the spiritual world, many medicinal pills in the mortal world would lose their effectiveness. No one would place their hopes and fantasies on a young man who had just ascended to the heavenly realm, who could restore their beauty. But now that they heard that Yang Qin could refine the 4th grade or even the 5th grade marrow pill, plus the longevity pill was also effective for the fairy immortal masters, these people's minds immediately came alive. If Yang Qin really had such an ability, then his face would not age, and his youth would be everlasting. Although the marrow pill was good, how could it be more attractive than the appearance pill? How can you confirm the matter of the 5th grade marrow pill? The island master was still more cautious. So far, whether it was the 5th grade marrow pill or the high grade appearance pill, it was just everyone's guess. Such a big sect couldn't decide a major event by just guessing. Everyone had to confirm it. It's simple, just let Shan Shan go and we will know. For this confirmation issue, the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min had the same opinion. Yang Chen would hide it from others, but he would not hide it from Sure Shan Shan. There were a lot of things in the mortal world that were known from Sure Shan Shan's mouth. Moreover, if Sure Shan Shan came forward, the price that the sect needed to pay could be discounted. In this case, let Shan Shan work hard again. It was better to confirm it. The island master immediately made a decision. Shan Shan's recent cultivation needs guidance. Then let her master go with her. Don't fall behind in cultivation. The Green Jade Immortal Island was like this, and the Blue Cloud sect, where most of the disciples were women, was no exception. They didn't know that Yang Qin had taught the Green Jade Immortal Island a lesson because of the treatment of Sure Shan Shan. But they also knew that Yang Qin would definitely give good things to his own people first. Elder Hua and Sun Qingxue soon left the sect and went straight to Chunyang Palace. The Qinkuan sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Shantian sect were almost the same. Yang Chen's wives and concubines would soon gather in Chunyang Palace. Chapter 16, 77. During this time, Yang Chen didn't go anywhere and stayed in Chunyang Palace. He believed that when the news of the 4-grade marrow pill came out, the major sect would definitely come to visit one after another. This kind of thing was played a lot in the mortal world, and it was not unusual. However, Yang Chen did not do nothing. Chunyang Palace has now recruited dozens of human immortal rogue cultivators. These guys were all sent out by Yang Chen to deliver the news to various places. They did not go to the major sect or any fixed place to deliver the news. They just followed Yang Chen's instructions and went to a specific place in each market to leave a mark, and then there was nothing for them to do. These marks were used to contact the 20 killers that Elder Li gave to Yang Chen. Yang Chen used a secret mark to mark that he was in Chunyang Palace, and let them meet at Chunyang Palace after seeing it. These killers were powerful, and it just happened that Yang Chen had a great use for them. These friends that Lan Ying said must all be unruly people, and these killers must be able to suppress them. However, so far, Lan Ying has not come back. It must be that those people have not made a decision. In the past few months, Yang Chen has been sitting in the sect, waiting for the representatives of the sect to come. Soon, Yang Chen waited for the people he was waiting for. His wives and concubines appeared one after another. Yang Chen was not surprised. If the 5 major sect did not know how to value their wives and concubines, then they would not be the 5 major sect. From Yang Chen's mouth, the women got a positive answer that Yang Chen could indeed refine the 5-grade marrow pill. This result, before the women came, they actually had their own speculations. They were confirmed by Yang Chen, so they were not too surprised. This husband of theirs had surprised them more than once or twice, and they were almost numb to it. Now, they wouldn't be surprised even if their husband did something even more shocking. The ones who were surprised were the masters and the representatives of the sect who came with Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Although all the sect members had guessed that Yang Chen was likely to be able to refine the 5-fold marrow-deepening pill, no one was sure. Now that they got the real news from Yang Chen's mouth, they couldn't believe it. This was not a matter of trust or not, but the fact was a bit too shocking. A young man who had just ascended to the spiritual world for a few days suddenly became a 7th-grade alchemist who could refine the quintuple marrow pill. It was really hard to accept. Husband, are you a level 7 alchemist now? The innocent Sun Qingxue was not as reserved as the other girls. She pulled Yang Chen's arm and asked coquettishly. Because of Yang Chen, the women were now like fish in water in their respective sect, and their value had doubled. The sect's top management paid attention to them, and the master attached great importance to them. They could get whatever they wanted, and it didn't seem like they had just ascended from the mortal world for less than 100 years. The biggest change in status was Tao Junkie. In the past, because of Zhu Yixian, Tao Junkie was faintly excluded by many disciples in the sect. But suddenly one day, Elder Li, the elder of the sect, personally met Tao Junkie and gave her a lot of rewards, plus all kinds of gentle encouragement. All the people who saw it were shocked. From then on, no one dared to look at Tao Junkie in a different way. No one understood why Elder Li, the core elder of the sect, would value a junior disciple so much. Tao Junkie vaguely guessed that it should be related to Yang Chen, but it only stopped at Yang Chen's breakthrough in alchemy, and there was no deeper thought. Only Yang Chen knew that this must be Elder Li's concern for Tao Junkie, his granddaughter-in-law, who came from the same sect. Sun Qingxue's problem was also what everyone wanted to know. For their own family's husband, the girls were actually more and more unable to see through him. It's not so easy to improve the grade. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head to deny. I am still a 5th-grade alchemist, and being able to refine the 5-turn marrow pill is my limit. Listening to Yang Chen's understated denial, the girls were speechless for a while. Before coming, they also thoroughly understood the matter of the marrow pill, like the palace master. There were only a few people in their respective sect who could refine the 5-turn marrow pill, and there was no guarantee of success. However, Yang Chen's words were really irrefutable. A 5th-grade alchemist refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill was neither excessive nor abrupt. It was normal to say that it was reasonable, and it really made people speechless. It can only be said that my husband's foundation in alchemy is too good. Yang Chen still gave a seemingly reasonable reason in the face of his wives and concubines. This was really a good reason. At least the girls believed it. When Yang Chen sold the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist, the Mountain of Dregs had fully explained everything. In addition, Yang Chen had a hobby of collecting fire seeds from the beginning. The difficulty of refining the marrow pill was the processing of medicinal materials and the control of the fire seeds. Both were available, and the women had no doubt that he could do this. In the absence of other more acceptable reasons, not only Yang Chen's wives and concubines, but the people of the 5 major sects also reluctantly accepted this reason. In the end, what Yang Chen refined was still a 5th-grade medicinal pill. It was impossible to say that other people's alchemy skills were excellent, so the level of the 5th-grade alchemist master was raised to the limit. And you said that others were wrong, right? What the people of the Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect wanted to know was whether Yang Chen's appearance pill could be used for the masters of the spiritual world. In fact, there were many female cultivators who bought the ordinary appearance pill of the Wanbao Tower in the mortal world, and many of them were brought up. However, those could only be used for cultivators below the Deshang stage. Once they reached the Deshang stage, they basically needed the 2nd-grade appearance pill. Even so, the 2nd-grade appearance pill was not enough for the cultivators in the spiritual world. Some people have tested it, and it could only maintain the beauty of the flowers and the moon for dozens of days, and it would change back to its original appearance. It was a pity that Yang Chen has never refined a higher-grade appearance pill, and when he just ascended, no one would take the initiative to find a young man like Yang Chen to ask for a pill, so it has been delayed until now. The pill recipe of the appearance pill was unique to Yang Chen. Yang Chen has long said that this was his own way to earn money for his own expenses, and it would not be sold. This was not a necessity for cultivation, and the major sects have not bought it. Now it has become a necessary medicinal pill sought after by female cultivators. I'll try it. In the face of Shi Shanshan's inquiry on behalf of some people in the sect, Yang Chen did not say anything. In fact, his heart was like a mirror. This was the pill recipe of Fairy Chong, not to mention the cultivators in the spiritual world. Even the female cultivators in the immortal world were equally useful. Things that can be easily obtained, people often do not cherish them very much, and this was the case with the appearance pill. But after going through some twists and turns, it was completely different. In the past, Yang Chen could be domineering in the Green Jade Immortal Island, relying on this. Chapter 1678. The fact that the 5 Revolutions marrow pill could be refined has been personally admitted by Yang Chen. All parties were shocked and began to re-examine Yang Chen. Generally speaking, in the mortal world, if Yang Chen said that he could refine the 5 Revolutions marrow pill, then no one would not believe it. Unfortunately, this was the spiritual world, and the difficulty of the 5 Revolutions marrow pill was too high. Even if Yang Chen's wives and concubines completely believed it, but before they saw the real thing, those masters were still not completely sure. Regarding Yang Chen, the sect also had different reactions. In the mortal world, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, who had the longest relationship with Yang Chen, were all acquaintances, and they completely believed in Yang Chen's words. The Qinquan sect and the 5 Elements sect were dubious. Surprisingly, the Profound Heaven sect, which should have been the most suspicious of Yang Chen, this time turned out to be on the side of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, and they believed in Yang Chen's words. Yang Qin has always insisted that he was still a fifth-grade alchemist master, which was the biggest obstacle. There were still some people who couldn't fully believe that a fifth-grade alchemist master could refine the 5 revolutions marrow pill. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were very ashamed in front of their husband. The people in their own sect actually doubted their husband's ability, which made them very embarrassed. "It's none of your business." Yang Qin smiled and comforted the women. The 5 Element sect and the Qinkuan sect did not have much contact, so it was normal not to have that kind of trust. The way the Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, and the Profound Heaven sect expressed their trust was to order the 5 revolutions marrow pill at 5 times the price of the last auction, and they even prepared their own medicinal materials. A large pile of medicinal materials and crystal stones were placed directly in front of Yang Qin. They had cooperated with each other in the mortal world, so Yang Qin didn't say much. He asked Gao Yu and Gong Sunling to take care of the sect, and he immediately retreated to refine pills. Since the people of the 5 great sect were all here, no one would dare to cause trouble here. It had been almost 15 years since he first refined the 5 revolution marrow-deepening pill. Some of the details were carefully controlled, and it took him a lot of time. However, he was much more proficient in the 2nd refinement. In less than 10 years, Yang Qin easily came out of seclusion. There were a total of 65 revolutions marrow refining pills. The Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Profound Heaven sect each had 15. As for the remaining 15, Yang Qin's wives and concubines each had 1, and Yang Qin kept 4 for himself. The representatives of the 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't get a share of the cake this time. They could only watch the people of the other 3 sect return to the sect happily with the elixirs, while they got nothing. It was not really nothing. Yang Qin would not make it difficult for Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, so they each got the remaining 2. However, it was all through Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters. The representatives of the sect did not even touch them. They actually got the elixir. At this point, everyone no longer doubted that Yang Qin could refine the 5 revolutions marrow refining pill. As for why Yang Qin could refine the 5 revolutions marrow refining pill with only the strength of a 5th-grade alchemist master, it could only be said that Yang Qin was an evildoer. Just like the students in the 3rd year of junior high school may be able to do the math problems in the 1st year of junior high school, but some evildoers in the 1st year of junior high school could also do it. This was not beyond the scope of people's cognition. To put it bluntly, it was still the same sentence. It was natural for a 5th-grade alchemist master to refine a 5 revolutions pill. This time, Yang Qin did not refine the appearance pill. The female representatives of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect only returned to the sect with an ambiguous answer from Yang Qin. In any case, it was enough that the important things were not left behind. Yang Qin once again proved his evildoer with facts. It took at least 15 years for the 7th-grade alchemist master of each sect to refine the 5 revolutions marrow refining pill. Yang Qin only took less than 10 years. This alone was enough to make people look forward to his future. After sending away the representatives of the 5 major sect, Yang Qin saw a figure he did not expect in Chunyang Palace. Elder Wu Xiong, who first refined the heaven-seizing pill in the mortal world, actually appeared in front of Yang Qin. Elder Wu Xiong arrived at Chunyang Palace a few years ago. With the guidance of Yang Qin, Elder Wu Xiong ascended 1,000 years ago. He was a rogue cultivator and did not belong to any sect. After ascending, he directly found an idol immortal's cave according to the location Yang Qin said. He spent hundreds of years cultivating and refining. Recently, he was in retreat for a long time to break through the realm. After he came out, he heard about Chunyang Palace and Yang Qin, so he rushed to Chunyang Palace without saying anything. This old man has no sect. I plan to join Chunyang Palace. I don't know if the young palace master can take me in. Wu Xiong faced Yang Qin, and as soon as he came up, he smiled and teased him while expressing his intentions. Elder Wu is willing to join Chunyang Palace. My sect is honored. Yang Chen was overjoyed. The arrival of Elder Wu Xiong could solve Yang Chen's big problem. He could not ask for more. Elder Wu Xiong came to Chunyang Palace, not on a whim, but after careful consideration. The spiritual realm was a place of fierce competition. Although Yang Qin had earned such a big foundation for Chunyang Palace in less than 100 years after his ascension, before Yang Qin ascended, the head of the palace had not been able to settle down for hundreds of years. As a rogue cultivator, without the support of the sect, it was very difficult to achieve rapid development in the spiritual realm. Even with Elder Wu Xiong's wide circle of friends in the mortal world, there was no better opportunity. There were a lot of people he knew, but they had just ascended. They could not speak in the sect. Wu Xiong's life was not easy. Wu Xiong heard a lot about Chunyang Palace after he came out. After some consideration, Wu Xiong still chose to join Chunyang Palace. On the one hand, Chunyang Palace was now under Yang Chen's control. Needless to say the relationship. On the other hand, Wu Xiong was now at the Earth Immortal level, and joining Chunyang Palace would only be valued. Soon, Chunyang Palace had one more elder to temporarily help deal with the affairs of the sect. In this regard, Elder Wu Xiong was much more experienced than Yang Qin. During the absence of the head of the palace, Elder Wu Xiong managed the sect in an orderly manner. In addition to Elder Wu Xiong, Lanning also returned to Chunyang Palace with the replies of her friends. If they were still hesitant before, when they heard the news that Yang Qin could refine the 5 revolutions marrow pill, they no longer hesitated and were willing to join Chunyang Palace. This time there were hundreds of people scattered all over the place, with different levels of cultivation. To be honest, Yang Qin did not look forward to the loyalty of these people. Even Yang Qin did not intend to directly receive these people into Chunyang Palace. Even if Chunyang Palace was not strong now, it was not a place where cats and dogs could join if they wanted to. To join, one must have a sense of identity and belonging to Chunyang Palace. Of course, the most important thing was loyalty. Elder Wu Xiong appeared at the right time to help Yang Qin solve this problem. Chapter 16, 79. Yang Qin did not consider these people before, but the timing of these people's appearance was also good. It was when Yang Chen's plan needed manpower. For the sake of Lan Ying's face, Yang Qin could arrange a way out for them, but there were conditions. I can give you a way out, but the condition is that you must pay loyalty. Yang Qin said his conditions unceremoniously in front of the representatives of Lan Ying's friends. At least until you get my trust, you can only be the outer disciples of Chunyang Palace. What is the way out, you said? The strong guy, who was obviously from the monster clan, did not show his fierceness at the moment, but frowned and asked. Chunyang Palace has a business in the mortal world called Wanbao Tower. Yang Qin did not hide it and directly said his plan. I want to reorganize Wanbao Tower in the spiritual world. You will be the first group of people in Wanbao Tower. However, this is only a superficial arrangement. I know that you are not good at this. So, in private, you need to help me do another thing. What is it? Several fierce monster clans were very easygoing. Everyone was still in the negotiation stage, so any requirements were put on the surface. If the negotiation failed, it would not hurt the friendship. If the business failed, there would be benevolence and righteousness. I heard that you are all well-informed masters. Yang Qin smiled and said slowly, I don't know if you are interested in setting up an organization to buy and sell information. The eyes of several monster clans lit up. After they ascended, they had basically been fighting alone. Later, because everyone had interests, they slowly formed such a loose organization that was not an organization. Under some pressure, they looked for Chunyang Palace for protection. But now that Yang Chen put forward such an idea, everyone had doubts in their hearts. When the monster clan was in the mortal world, except for their own immersion in cultivation, They never thought about these things. It was not until Chunyang Palace had a hall of eccentrics that the sect began to recruit monster clan disciples. These demons had ascended relatively early, so they didn't catch up with this wave. They were still used to occupying a territory in the spiritual realm and doing things their own way. In the past, they didn't realize what it meant for them to be so well informed. However, after interacting with cultivators for a long time, they knew a little about it. It's just that they never thought about it. With Yang Chen's nudge, everyone immediately had an idea. Yang Chen's proposal was actually a copy of the Wine Immortal House in the mortal world. With the Wine Immortal House, the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world had never failed to receive news. Chunyang Palace's eyes and ears had never been separated from Chunyang Palace. The rapid and stable development of Chunyang Palace was inseparable from the strong support of Wine Immortal House. Now Senior Wine Immortal has not ascended yet. Even if he ascended, he is also a rogue cultivator. Without the support of the organization, it is obviously impossible to set up a Wine Immortal House in the spiritual world immediately. However, with these guys as the foundation, it wouldn't be too difficult to temporarily establish a small intelligence organization. For the time being, you will be sheltered in Wanbao Tower. On the surface, you will do business honestly, wash away the previous reputation of being a thief, and make a small profit. In the future, when Wanbao Tower expands, you can smoothly go to all places. Yang Chen went on to describe, as long as you can get news, whoever gets the news will benefit, and it will also be beneficial to sell it. After we cooperate happily in the future, you can consider joining Chunyang Palace. How about it? Sounds good. One of the 6th grade Earth Immortal Tiger Beasts nodded and suddenly asked, "If this is the case, who has the final say in Wanbao Tower?" This time, without waiting for Yangqin to answer, Lanning had already directly answered the question for Yangqin. Of course, Chunyang Palace has the final say. Do you still intend to take the lead? It was true that the guys who came were Lan Ying's friends, but they were only limited to the friends who dealt with stolen goods on weekdays. After Lan Ying saw the power of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, she was completely biased towards Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. Now, these guys obviously listened to Yang Chen's plan, and they still wanted to take matters into their own hands. How could Lan Ying agree? It must be known that these guys could have this opportunity because Yang Qin gave Lan Ying face. If these guys succeeded because of this, how could Lan Ying appear in front of Yang Qin? Is there any manpower in Chunyang Palace now? Tiger Beasts did not directly answer Lan Ying's question, but asked, can they control the situation outside? There are a few Earth Immortal Masters and Sky Immortal Masters, and the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Can they convince people? When asking these questions, Tiger Beast's face had a somewhat playful expression. They had also learned about the current situation of Chunyang Palace before they came here. Even if Yang Chen could get the support of all parties, doing business could not always rely on the protection of others. They always had to show their own strength. In the current situation of Chunyang Palace, on the surface, there were really few masters who could be sent out. All the disciples with human immortal cultivation went out to do business. As long as they left the Sunset Rock, they would definitely be suppressed. Even if there are a few who can be sent out, why should we brothers submit to others? The other one next to him seemed to specialize in playing the red face. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. He slowly walked forward with a slightly oppressive posture. He stared at Yang Chen and waited for Yang Chen's answer. Lan Ying was furious and was about to speak, but she was stopped by Yang Chen, who asked with a smile, "What do you think?" "Our monster clan is not as cunning as you human beings. It's simple. There are only 6 of us. As long as 6 people from Chunyang Palace come out and can beat our brothers, we will be obedient." The guy who just spoke put on a look of consideration for Chunyang Palace and said with a smile, "If the 6 of you can't win, then don't blame us brothers. You can't handle the situation. But there must be someone who can handle the situation, right? It's that simple." Yang Chen seemed to be unable to believe it and confirmed, "It's that simple. Tiger beasts answered Yang Chen with the same affirmation. Then, the 6 of them burst into laughter. Speaking of which, among the 6 monster clans, the strongest was a 1st-grade Heaven Immortal, and the weakest was a 5th-grade Earth Immortal. At present, the strongest in Chunyang Palace was only a 6th-grade Earth Immortal, Longxian, who was not in the sect. In their view, even if they lost to Longxian, it was only 1 game. If they won the other 5 games, they would still be the winner. If you want to go back on your word after the fight, Yang Chen did not say much, but said this in a suspicious tone. Don't worry, once a word is said, it can't be taken back. Tiger Beast said on behalf of the others, if you are really worried, we can make a great oath of the heart demon. Chapter 1680. Lan Ying was definitely a person with good eyesight. Otherwise, she would not be so loyal to Yang Chen's side from her so-called friends. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, whichever one of them came out, it was estimated that they could deal with a 5th-grade Earth Immortal or 6th-grade Earth Immortal. Yang Chen himself was so fierce that it was not a problem to deal with one. If Longxian was counted, then there would be 4, and they would definitely win. Even if the other party had a 1st-grade Heaven Immortal Master. So what? Winning a game could not reverse their failure. These guys jumped out to die, and no one could help them. Lan Ying had already planned to look on coldly and watch these guys get unlucky. To Lan Ying's surprise, Yang Chen did not intend to do it himself, but gestured to Gao Yu. Gao Yu sneered and turned to leave. In a short time, she came in with 20 people. These people who came in were all human cultivators. Their cultivation bases were different, but there was a very obvious characteristic. All of them had cold eyes, but they would not act at will, but they gave people a feeling of extreme danger, as if they would suddenly explode in the next moment. Don't say that I bully you. According to your cultivation base, each of you will choose a person with the same cultivation base. If Chunyang Palace loses, you will win. At this time, Yang Chen finally revealed his gentle face and tough means. If you win, I will pay for the Wanbao Tower's capital and goods. If we lose, we will be your Wanbao Tower's people. They had just said that they would make a heart demon oath. Of course, the 6 guys could not change their words in front of them, but their faces were not as relaxed as before. All of them looked at the people opposite them with great caution. These 20 masters were the group of killers that Elderly had prepared for Yang Chen that year. They only recognized the token and not the person. Before Yang Chen went into retreat, he sent people to leave secret records everywhere. When Yang Chen came out of retreat, this group of masters had already arrived, waiting for Yang Chen's instructions. Yang Chen's order was very simple. They had to join Chunying Palace and help Elder Wu Xiong support the entire Wanbao Tower. Of course, his current order was to beat up these 6 guys who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. An assassin was also a human being. Even if they had gone through cruel training to achieve their current skills, they might still instinctively feel tired of the life of an assassin. By allowing them to join Wanbao Tower, Yang Chen was actually giving them the capital to settle down without risking their lives to assassinate masters in the future. Whether it was from the perspective of obeying orders or from the perspective of their own hearts, they were all willing to live a relatively stable life. The 6 monster cultivators did not expect that there would really be a group of masters in the Pyongyang Palace, and there were still masters in all stages of cultivation. This was completely different from what they had learned before, and the abnormal situation made them a little nervous. However, things had already come to this, and they were the ones who brought it up first, so they could no longer back down. It seems like you guys aren't very well informed. Yang Chen shook his head and said with a little dissatisfaction, You didn't even find out in time that there are so many masters in Chunyang Palace. In the future, you still need to practice carefully. 6 killers were selected. Each person dealt with one. After getting Yang Chen's ruthless lesson, the 6 people, in addition to not killing, used other means incisively and vividly. Not long ago, they were still arrogant, thinking that they had grasped the shortcomings of Chunying Palace and could take the initiative. In particular, The organization that ran the information business was just right for them. In addition, Yang Chen wanted to support Wanbao Tower. As long as he provided a certain number of elixirs, it would be enough for them to support a force. But now, all their dreams had become empty. The 20 masters on the opposite side, who were not easy to get along with, had their eyes focused on them. The opponents they had chosen for themselves were staring at them with a kind of cold and slightly cruel eyes, waiting for them to make a move. Their momentum had been completely suppressed. At this point, these ferocious fellows were also stimulated by their ferocious nature. Now, they did not think about winning or losing, but how to teach these arrogant guys a good lesson. The demon tribe masters, who had been stimulated, were piled up with the human masters who had killed their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. 6 rooms that appeared out of thin air separated the 6 pairs of opponents, and no one could see the situation inside. Even Elder Wu Xiong wanted to know the details, but found that his spiritual awareness could not penetrate those houses. It was not only Elder Wu Xiong who was surprised, but even the new assassins were the same, but they did not show it on their faces. When did these rooms appear? How did they appear? Even the fairy immortal assassin with the highest cultivation did not find it. How many trump cards did Chunyang Palace have that they had not shown? Wu Xiong, Lanning, and the assassins did not ask this question. They just waited quietly. The contest between the 2 sides did not last for a long time. In less than 2 hours, the room in front of everyone suddenly turned into a large group of brightly colored flying insects. After flying in front of everyone for a while, it slowly disappeared. During this period, a vast, mountain-like aura pressed heavily on the top of everyone's head. The feeling of danger filled everyone's mind. Even the arrogant Lanning, in front of this aura, did not dare to move a little, for fear of causing the owner of that aura to misunderstand. "Old bug, everyone is just competing, don't be nervous." Yang Chen's words broke the silence. All the insects disappeared instantly, and the aura returned to normal. The 6 assassins did not let Yang Chen down. The 6 guys who were lying on the ground and could not get up represented the victory of their mission. The 6 guys lying on the ground, who had planned to take advantage of them not long ago, were now all black and blue. The injuries on their bodies were not serious, but their faces were full of panic, which fully showed that the appearance of Old Bug had shocked them. Snap! A loud snapping sound awakened the 6 demons who were immersed in fear. Their bodies could not move because of the pain, but their eyes turned to Yang Chen, who made the sound. "Elder Wu will be the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower, and you will be his assistants. Do you have any objections?" Yang Chen looked down at the 6 guys who had completely failed and asked with a smile. No. Although the tiger demon was unwilling, he could only accept this arrangement. The 20 assassins next to them were still eyeing them, and there was also Old Bug in the dark, who could not be seen through at all. The tiger demon and the others did not even dare to think of a little resistance. "Very good." Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction. "In another year, Wanbao Tower will open. Before that, I want to see all of you. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them try." Chapter 1681. This time, Yang Chen's alchemy took a few years, and after a few years, it happened to be the time of the 100-year appointment with the disciples of Chunyang Palace in the mortal world. The palace master and Wang Yong had already rushed back to the sect to take charge. Meng Xian, Hall Master Meng, personally rushed to the reception town, waiting to receive the newly ascended disciples. Chunyang Palace was not what it used to be, even if its strength was still weak. But with Yang Chen's reputation, it was enough to let Chunyang Palace have a place in the reception town. With the elders in the sect, Yang Chen took Gao Yu and Gong Sunling to the sea again for a leisurely reunion for a period of time. Only in the Dragon Palace on the back of Long Xian, Yang Chen would feel that he was really relaxed. Long Xian was now unwilling to let any building appear on his back, except for the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had the pure dragon aura, which made Long Xian feel very comfortable. This was related to his current Swanee bloodline, In addition to that, there was another reason, that is, the Dragon Palace belonged to Yangchen. Yangchen's merit was now on the back of Longxian, and the current cultivation was not a general comfort. With the increase of Longxian's cultivation, the merit that the merit stele could carry would be more and more. At any time, as long as Yangchen came over, the first thing was to fill the merit on the merit stele. The merit stele was full, plus he was climbing on top of a celestial grade spiritual vein. Such a huge spiritual vein was only for Longxian to absorb. Even if he couldn't absorb it, he could use it to nourish his body naturally. In addition, there was also the Dragon Clan's cultivation method. Under such conditions, if Longxian's cultivation did not soar, it would be too unreasonable. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, of course, liked the unrestrained life with their husband. In the Dragon Palace, there was still some space that was not spacious enough. Gong Sunling simply released the ship and slowly drifted on the sea. The family of three was leisurely fishing and enjoying themselves. Yang Chen was lying on the deck chair, enjoying his fishing life. Beside his feet was a fishing rod, and beside him was a small jade table. On top of it was a wine flask made of warm jade, and next to it was a small jade cup. For fish dishes cooked by Gong Sunling were within reach. With his head resting on Gao Yu's thigh, Yang Chen didn't need to do anything at all. As long as he opened his mouth, a slender jade hand would pick up a seemingly delicate small fish and send it to Yang Chen's mouth. Gong Sunling laid on Yang Chen's stomach more comfortably. Yang Chen's big hand gently stroked Gong Sunling's pretty face. The three of them did not speak, but their hearts rippled with waves of warmth and tranquility. A comfortable and contented life made people happier than arduous cultivation. With the 5-turn marrow pill, the girls didn't need to maintain a state of cultivation all the time. The medicinal effect of the pill would naturally drive the spirit power to seek pleasure, and there would be more time. What a killjoy! Happy days were always very short. Before Yangchen had enjoyed enough, he noticed that there were unwelcome guests. After saying that, Yangchen helped Gong Sunling up and stood up himself. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were very unhappy. The family of three was clearly living a comfortable life, but they were abruptly interrupted by uninvited guests. No one was happy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures directly penetrated the bottom of the sea with a wild splash and rushed to the deck of the ship, bringing up a large splash. Didn't you say that if I was dissatisfied, I would come to you? The guy who looked very fierce came up and shouted straightforwardly, I am not satisfied. You want me to be a waiter for a junior like you? In your dreams. The other 2 guys who followed up did not speak, but the expressions on their faces had clearly expressed a similar meaning. 3 monster cultivators. One was in the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, and the other 2 were in the 3rd grade of the Earth Immortal. They were fierce and murderous. At first glance, they were not good people. These were also a few of Lan Ying's friends. It was estimated that after the tiger monster went back, the news brought back was not to their liking. The masters of the fairy immortal level were defeated in Chunyang Palace, so they did not dare to go to Chunyang Palace to behave atrociously. It just so happened that Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling were on the sea. The 3 guys were all monsters in the sea. They immediately took advantage of this opportunity to find Yangchen. If you want to follow me, come to me. If you don't want to do it, you can do whatever you want. I won't force you. In Yangchen's tone, there was not much dissatisfaction, but a little lazy tone. There were no provocative words in his words, but he clearly stated his requirements. If you have any requirements, go and talk to Lanning yourself. Don't disturb us, husband and wife. At this point, Yang Chen did not intend to say too much. This was for the sake of Lan Ying's face. Yang Chen did not intend to pursue the rudeness of the 3 guys. At such a young age, you have only ascended for a few days. How dare you brag so shamelessly? The monster in the middle was a whale shark demon with a fiery temper. He shouted loudly, I don't want to do it at all, But I still want to teach you, this junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you are sensible, kowtow and call me senior. I will let your family go." The two strong men behind the whale shark, both with their hands crossed over their chests, did not say a word and looked coldly. However, the undisguised fierceness in the eyes of the two seemed to indicate a lot of problems. "I'm curious, if I am not sensible, how will you not let my family go?" Yang Chen's face did not change in the slightest, as if he was very curious, and asked, "It seems that I didn't force you to come to Chunyang Palace, did I? I didn't agree to this matter back then, and I still don't agree now." On this point, the whale shark could not blame Yang Chen no matter what. However, it did not mean that he could not take out his anger on Yang Chen's head. "If you are not sensible, I and my brothers will kill your family, and then find an opportunity to destroy your Chunyang Palace. From then on, we brothers will still be free, and will never have to bear the filthy anger of you juniors. If that's the case, then there is nothing to say." Yang Chen shook his head slightly. "However, before we start, I have something that I haven't said for a long time. I will give you this opportunity." The whale shark trio already felt that victory was in their grasp, and were not afraid of Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, these three juniors making a comeback. They laughed very generously. "If you are done, then go on your way with peace of mind." I haven't said this for a long time. The figure of Xiao Tian had already appeared in Yang Chen's hand. In front of everyone, Xiao Tian's mouth slowly spat out the blade of the beheading immortal blade, and Yang Chen's voice also began to sound. "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. You want to destroy my family, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 1682. This was the mantra of the executioner. Yang Chen hadn't said it for a long time. Generally speaking, when this sentence was said, it meant that Yang Chen would not accept this cause and effect. Although Yang Chen would say it a long time ago, even if he accepted the cause and effect, Yang Chen gradually omitted this step. When he killed the two people of the Zhao family, Yang Chen didn't say this. The matter with the Zhao family was definitely irreconcilable. Yang Chen never thought about evading this cause and effect, so there was no need to say this. When he killed the people of the profound heaven sect, Yang Chen rarely said it. It was the hatred accumulated in two lives. Yang Chen would never not accept the cause and effect. Now Yang Chen was on the sea, or to be more precise, Yang Chen was directly above the black tortoise. When Yang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a slight movement on the merit monument. At this time, Yang Chen couldn't see what changes there were, but his heart was slightly moved, and he said the mantra that seemed to have been forgotten for a long time. "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Chen's solemn words did not make the three strong monster race men on the opposite side vigilant or careful, but it caused a burst of crazy laughter. The three of them were convulsing with laughter, and they almost couldn't stop. If this was said by Lanning, maybe the three of them would have a little idea, but it was just a third-grade human immortal junior who said these words, and two beautiful women who were also only third-grade human immortal. This situation was like three ants threatening three elephants, and it was a death threat. How could it not make people laugh? "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but I changed my mind." The whale, shark man, finally stopped laughing, and a long stick full of spikes suddenly appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, "You're dead. Also, your two women look good. We have never tasted the taste of human race female cultivators. After you die, we will definitely take good care of them." These guys were originally the masters of murder and arson. It could be said that they were all unscrupulous bad guys. Even if there were smart people who could see that he was in trouble and wanted to find someone to rely on to slowly clear his name, the list of smart people definitely didn't include these three. Seeing how beautiful Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were, Whale Shark said these words casually. The pretty faces of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling on the opposite side were already cold to the extreme, but he soon returned to normal. "Yang Chen, I found that if Ah Ling's ship is wrapped in shark skin, it will be much faster. Remember to peel off more." At this time, Gao Yu did not call Yang Chen husband, but directly called him by his name. Obviously, she ordered him as a master. "Husband, I want to make you braised shark's fin tonight. Don't waste the ingredients." Gong Sunling shouted from behind, unwilling to be outdone. The two women simultaneously set their sights on the whale shark's body. Whether it was the whale shark's skin or the whale shark's fin, they had to get it from the whale shark's body anyway. The other party was already courting death, and now it couldn't be any more thoroughly dead. A long bell rang. Yang Chen's figure had already shot out like lightning. Man and blade as one, he chopped down at whale shark's head. Earth Immortal experts didn't find it particularly difficult to deal with the disturbance of the bell. Apart from the long and continuous sound of the bell, it basically didn't have much of an impact on them. The three of them attacked at the same time, but in different directions. Whale Shark was already holding a long spiked staff in his hand, and he met Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade head-on. The two beside him had the demeanor of a grandmaster. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and jumped back. It was already very embarrassing for an Earth Immortal expert to fight a human Immortal Junior one-on-one. If three of them ganged up on one, then the shame would be enough to cover the entire sea of hatred. Even if they had the moral character of killing and robbing, they still had to be persistent at times. The two of them definitely wouldn't do something so shameful. Moreover, Whale Shark wasn't willing to let them share his fun. The two of them had just retreated when they saw an extremely unbelievable scene. Their expressions instantly became exceptionally interesting. The spiked staff and immortal beheading blade collided, and a large patch of spikes was directly cut off. Dozens of tiny spikes were directly detached from the staff, and the side of the staff that came into contact with the immortal beheading blade became extremely smooth. This was the result of Whale Shark using a technique and directly using the spikes to meet the blade. If he had been careless and used the Overlord lifting the cauldron, he might have been directly cut into two. Even so, although Whale Shark had dodged the blade of the immortal beheading blade, he couldn't avoid Yang Chen's strength. An enormous and uncontrollable force came from the point where the immortal beheading blade and the spiked staff collided. Whale Shark could no longer hold on to the staff. The staff flew out of his hand and stabbed straight into the sea, instantly disappearing without a trace. As the staff left his hands, two strange sounds came from Whale Shark's wrists. Then his two arms were twisted at a frightening angle. Snow-white broken bones pierced out of his arms along with dark red blood. It was a hair-raising sight. Without waiting for the Whale Shark to scream, Yang Chen's other hand had already clenched his fist, and a heavy punch hit the Whale Shark's body. Whale Shark's figure directly became like an arrow that had been released from a bow, directly plunging into the sea at an incredible speed. After all this happened, the two of them had truly retreated to the position they had planned beforehand. Seeing this, the two of them no longer cared about their demeanor or anything else. They simultaneously pulled out their life-bound magic treasures. Each of them let out a strange cry and rushed toward Yang Chen. Chi, a blade light flashed and a head flew into the sky. Blood spurted out wildly, and the corpse fell limply from the sky. At the same time as the blade light flashed, another flying sword flashed. The flying sword slashed at Yang Chen's shoulder without the slightest hindrance. It was only a little bit away from his neck. Unfortunately, the scene of Yang Chen's 6 Yang chiefs' head flying like his comrades did not happen. Yang Chen didn't even bother to move. He stood on the spot and received the attack. The immortal beheading blade in his hand did not hesitate to cut off his comrade's head. At this point, no one was a fool. How could the lucky survivor not see the situation before him? Without saying anything else, he didn't even bother retrieving his life-bound magic treasure and flew toward the surface of the sea. As long as he could enter the sea, with his background in the sea, escaping should be a piece of cake. Bang! The burly man plunged headfirst into the sea. Instead of plunging into the sea, he collided with an incomparably large claw. The giant claw casually squeezed and crushed him into a bloody pulp. You heard it just now. You and Ling want shark skin and shark fins. Don't forget to prepare them. Without even looking, Yang Chen instructed the owner of the giant claw. Chapter 1683. Long Xian was very obedient and nimble. The first whale shark's body that Yang Chen threw out of the water was already under his control. After a while, the shark skin that Gao Yu wanted and the shark fin that Gong Sunling wanted appeared in front of the two women, which made them very satisfied. These guys couldn't believe that they, 3 Earth Immortal experts, would die in the hands of a third-grade human Immortal Junior. However, when the blade reached the body, it was too late to regret. Some things were destined to be irreversible. Gong Sunling didn't break her promise. That night, Yang Chen enjoyed a delicious braised shark fin with Jing, and Fatty Jing in the conch underwater mansion. That kind of taste almost made Fatty Jing's eyes pop out. After asking about the raw materials, he couldn't wait to go out and sweep the sea of hatred and kill all the shark demons to hunt for shark fins. For a long time after that, Yang Chen and his 2 wives went boating on the sea and fishing, but there was no one who didn't open their eyes. It seemed that only those 3 were unconvinced, and no one else came to the door. During this time, Gao Yu really refined the whale shark skin and integrated it into the bottom of the ship. As Gao Yu said, after this refining, the speed of the ship had greatly increased, and even surpassed Yang Chen's shuttle in the water. The degree of stability was also greatly improved. People on the ship could hardly feel any ups and downs, and the degree of comfort was greatly increased. Of course, more importantly, with this tough skin of the Earth Immortal level demon, the defense of the ship also increased. The attack of an ordinary Earth Immortal level might not be able to break the defense of the ship. Although the whale shark was only at the level of the middle stage Earth Immortal, its defense was extremely strong. No one harassed them anymore. After enjoying a period of leisure time with his 2 lovely wives, Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace again. In the following days, Yang Chen did not go out. He still stayed in the sect and planned to quietly refine elixirs. The 5 Revolution marrow pill was a good thing. It was good for the body, good for cultivation, and most importantly, it was good for improving Yang Chen's alchemy experience. That was not all. When refining the 5 Revolution marrow deepening pill, he could also solve the problem of his divine sense. He did not have to spend so much effort to unseal a certain expert. In his previous life, Yang Chen had never refined such a complicated elixir. Even with his almighty immortal cultivation and the strength of a 6th-grade alchemist, he could only look at the elixir recipe in awe, not to mention anything else. Just the cooperation of dozens of fire seeds was enough to make him lose his temper in his previous life. Now that he had a chance to start over in this life, Yang Chen would certainly not let it go. Now, he could no longer rely on his past achievements. Yang Chen could only work hard to improve his alchemy level in order to maintain his advantage and let himself stand at the peak of the alchemy world. If it was anyone else who had the Lao Jun elixir scripture, they would probably have the same idea. Whether it was alchemy or refining, the Lao Jun was the best. Although he taught Yang Chen the universe treasure-raising secret art, it was not a real refining technique. It was just a method to maintain the magic weapon for a long time. What was really passed on to Yang Chen was the alchemy technique with the Lao Jun elixir scripture as the core. At the same time, the 5 Revolution marrow pill was also an exclusive product prepared by Yang Chen for Wanbao Tower. It could greatly enhance the competitiveness of Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower had already begun preparations. The best areas of Sunset Rock were all assigned to Wanbao Tower. Except for the lack of core competitive goods, they had sufficient manpower and their strength was considered medium. Coupled with the convenience of being a landlord, it could be said that everything was ready. With the accompaniment of his 2 wives, Yang Qin directly retreated in the Dragon Palace and began to refine the 5-revolution marrow pill. It was the same yin marrow pill, but Yang Chen was not only satisfied with repeated refining, but also intentionally increased the difficulty when refining. The simplest way to increase the difficulty was to increase the number of refining at a time. Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace now basically did not limit the number of medicinal pills refined at the same time. Yang Chen also increased the number of 5-revolution marrow pills to 200 at one time for other ordinary alchemy masters, not to mention anything else. Just the raw materials for refining so many yin marrow pills were enough to make them bankrupt. Not only that, once there was a small mistake in the middle, all these medicinal materials would be burned and turned into a group of coke. Ordinary alchemy masters would never refine so many medicinal pills at the same time, so as to avoid unnecessary losses. Only Yang Qin had such financial resources and courage. When he was determined to improve his alchemy level, even if he had to pay a higher price, Yang Chen was willing to do so. If he didn't challenge this alchemy process beyond his own level, he would only refine medicinal pills that he was sure of his own alchemy level would never be improved. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling didn't know about this. They just naturally accompanied their husband and protected him. Yang Chen never let them worry about other things, as long as he cultivated wholeheartedly. 200 5th-grade marrow accumulating pills, placed in the top alchemy master, was not a small challenge, and Yang Chen was still a 5th-grade alchemy master. If someone knew that he was challenging this difficulty, he didn't know how many people's jaws would drop. This alchemy took 20 years. Under Yang Chen's full concentration, the first batch of 205 revolution marrow pills was finally barely completed after several small dangers. In the end, there were more than 140 finished yun marrow pills, and the success rate reached more than 70%. In the second batch of 200 medicinal pills, after Yang Chen learned the previous lesson, he successfully refined more than 195 revolution marrow pills, and the success rate soared to more than 95%. In the past 20 years, Yang Chen felt that his alchemy technique had become more and more proficient, and he was able to control dozens of fire seeds. The tedious alchemy process allowed Yang Chen to finally break through his previous bottleneck, and his alchemy level entered a new realm. It was not that he could break through to a higher level by successfully refining the 5-revolution marrow pills in 1 or 2 challenges. It took Yang Chen decades and nearly 100 years before he finally reached the limit of the 5th-grade alchemy master. If Yang Chen had to rely on the profound spirit furnace to make the yun marrow pill reach the level of 5th-grade refining, then now, Yang Chen only relied on his own technique. Without any special pill furnace, he could refine the 5-revolution marrow pill. This was the real peak of the 5th-grade alchemy master. In fact, when he reached this step, the yun marrow pill that Yang Chen finally collected from the profound spirit furnace was no longer a 5-revolution marrow pill, but a 6-revolution marrow pill. In the eyes of others, Yang Chen was already a real 6th-grade alchemy master. Chapter 1684. Slowly putting away the 6 revolutions marrow pill, Yang Chen stood up and began to observe the surroundings. Refining the marrow pill was an extremely laborious task. Concentrating for a long time, Yang Chen did not even dare to release his divine sense, for fear that a slight mistake would lead to failure. Naturally, the consumption of the divine sense was also a jaw-dropping amount. If Yang Chen did not have the complete divine sense of a great principal golden immortal in his sea of consciousness, Yang Chen did not even dare to determine whether his current divine sense of a mere grade 2 heaven immortal could completely meet the requirements of refining 206 revolutions marrow pills at the same time. The crisis of the divine sense skyrocketing was a joke in front of this consumption. A little divine sense released from the white fireball would be consumed immediately, so there was no need to worry about the sea of consciousness exploding. The most important thing to worry about was whether it could last until the completion. Now Yang Qin somewhat believed that Taishang Lao Jun would be captured. Yang Qin had to restrain his divine sense and concentrate on refining the 5 revolutions marrow pill without any distractions. Taishang Lao Jun could easily refine the 9 revolutions golden pill. It was really normal for him not to know what was happening outside when he was refining it. With the help of the marrow pill he had taken before and focusing on alchemy for 20 years, there was no problem with Yang Chen's body. He stood up, full of energy without any discomfort. Husband! Husband! 2 charming voices came into Yang Chen's ears. It was Gao Yu and Gong Sunling who found that Yang Chen had finished refining the pill and immediately came over. For the cultivators of the spiritual world, decades were just a short period of time in a short period of cultivation. If they were lucky, they might be promoted to a small realm. If they were unlucky, even if they cultivated hard, they would only be a little stronger than before, and their realm would still be in the same place. There was no change in the cultivation realm of Yang Chen and the 2 women. Since the mortal world, Yang Chen had always paid great attention to the step-by-step cultivation method and would never rashly advance by leaps and bounds. Now, he and the women's cultivation was the same. Even if they were cultivation geniuses, they would not rush to break through the realm. What is this? Looking at the 2 pills that Yang Chen casually handed over, the 2 girls were very puzzled. However, they did not stand on ceremony and directly took them in their hands. 6 lifelike, dragon-shaped pill marks directly indicated to the 2 women the grade of the pill in their hands. And when they saw it clearly, the 2 women involuntarily covered their cherry mouths, so as not to be too surprised and cry out, "This pill is good for you. Take it." Yang Chen said with a smile, "Of course. Good things should be used by his own family." With the 2 girls by his side, he naturally had the advantage of being in a favorable position. The first batch of 200 elixirs had already been sent out by Gong Sunling after they were refined and handed over to Elder Wu Xiong as the trump card of Wanbao Tower. Elder Wu Xiong took out one every 6 months, and it had already become the unshakable finale of the Sunset Rock auction. The popularity of the 5 revolution marrow cleansing pill was evident. However, the 2 elixirs in front of them were clearly the 6 revolution marrow cleansing pill. This also meant that their husband had successfully entered the ranks of the 6th grade alchemist. How could the 2 women not be pleasantly surprised? After taking the 2 elixirs happily, the 2 women were still immersed in great shock. This husband of theirs was simply too unimaginable. Even the 2 women were extremely shocked. Even the close family members were like this. It was conceivable what kind of shock this news would cause if it spread outside. Don't worry. Don't announce the breakthrough to the public. Wait until the right time. Yang Chen told the 2 women a little, and the 2 women suddenly understood. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This would never happen in the mortal world, and it was the same in the spiritual world. Once someone felt that Yang Chen was developing too fast and could not be suppressed, they might have some other thoughts. After briefly asking about the situation outside these years, Yang Chen got a piece of news from Gong Sunling that made him look forward to it. Has the mysterious seed changed? Yang Chen's first reaction when he heard the news was surprise. The mysterious seed of Old Wang of Blessing Gathering Building had been obtained for more than 100 years. After a lot of effort, there was finally a result. It must be known that Yang Chen put the pure bottle medicine garden where the seed was cultivated on the sea map of the mountain river geographical map. He directly mobilized hundreds of spiritual veins to input spiritual power. It took a full 100 years for it to change. This price alone made people look forward to what it was. Let's go and see. Yang Chen said immediately. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, the figures of Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling disappeared in place and then appeared on the sea map. The clear green bottle was quietly placed on the sea map, and there seemed to be no change. The figures of the 3 people flashed again, and all entered the pure bottle medicine garden. The figures of Aju and Bai appeared at the same time as Yangqin, and the others appeared. They were the spirits of the pure bottle medicine garden. Any changes in the medicine garden could not escape the eyes of the two women. "Greetings, master!" Aju and Bai rushed to Yangqin and bowed. Yangqin raised his hands and motioned the two women to get up, then asked, "What changes has happened to the seed?" "It's very strange," Aju and Bai said in unison. With their words, the figures of everyone had flashed again and appeared on the lonely island in the sea. On such a large island, only a strange seed was planted. Originally, it was just a black ball, but now it looked like there was something more. In a certain part of the ball, there seemed to be a sprout. It's just that the sprout was very fine. It didn't look like it would continue to grow at all. "Is it still absorbing spiritual power?" Yangqin asked casually, squatted down and looked at it carefully. "Since 5 years ago, the absorption of spiritual power has been reduced by more than half." Aju replied respectfully Yangqin's question. She and Bai treated it as the most important thing. It has been like this since then, and it hasn't changed. Sure enough, it was a very strange thing. Yangqin observed it carefully for a long time and found nothing unusual. Nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Yangqin didn't say anything. He launched his spiritual awareness, and then there was a huge seed in his sea of consciousness. All the places of this seed, Yangqin could see it clearly in his sea of consciousness. What puzzled Yangqin was that there was no abnormality in all the places. Even the special part that used to absorb spiritual power disappeared without a trace. The strangest thing was the little sprout that had just sprouted. In Yangqin's sea of consciousness, he seemed to feel a little fear when facing a natural enemy, which couldn't help but make Yangqin puzzled. This was just a plant. How could there be fear? Chapter 1685. In Yangqin's feeling, the sprout didn't want to grow, but it seemed to be afraid of something around it and didn't dare to grow, so it curled up like that. If you observe it with this emotion, the sprout felt like a timid little girl, surrounded by a group of majestic men, so she didn't dare to show up. Strange feeling, strange seed, strange plant. After Yangqin carefully tasted it for a moment, he left the sea of consciousness and returned to reality. The eyes of the women were staring at Yangqin, waiting for him to speak. After Yangqin frowned and carefully observed for a while, he suddenly asked Aju, "And Bai, can you feel that it seems to be afraid?" Aju and Bai were the bodies of the peach tree and the blue jade vine, the first wood and the second wood. They were the most able to communicate with plants, so Yangqin would have this question. Only a little bit in a very occasional situation, and then there was that feeling again. Aju replied honestly, and Bai next to her also nodded in agreement. It only appeared once, but it has been maintaining this appearance. Yangqin didn't dare to say that he had found out the mystery. However, it was very obvious that there should be something in this medicinal garden that made this person afraid, and that was why it became like this. A ling. Prepare the land suitable for planting. Yangqin thought about it and told Gong Sunling. Since this seed was afraid of something in the medicine garden, then they would change the place. Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map merged several spaces, and it should be more than enough to grow a plant. With Aju and by doing it, transplanting the strange seed did not take too much time and effort for Yangqin. Soon the seed with the sprout was transplanted to a certain piece of land in the mountain river geographical map. Then spirit water and spirit power began to be poured in. Under everyone's gaze, the little sprout seemed to have discovered that it had changed its environment. It stretched out a little, but it immediately felt something terrifying and shrank back again. From the sprout to the shrinkage, it was only a short blink of an eye, but everyone present clearly felt the process. This time it was not an illusion. It was a change that everyone discovered. This change made everyone a little excited. This change fully explained that Yangqin's previous guess was very correct. This seed was afraid of something or some aura, so it didn't dare to grow. The question was, what was this seed afraid of? There were many things in the medicine garden, so it was not good to check them one by one. But in the mountain river geographical map, was there something that the seed was afraid of? What was in the medicine garden and the mountain river geographical map in common that could make this strange seed afraid? Gong Suanling's interest was also aroused, and immediately began to compare with a Zhu and a Bai. However, it was obvious that this was not a simple matter. Not only did the herb garden have several layers, but it had also collected an entire ocean's worth of water. How many things were mixed in it? Could it be possible to eliminate them one by one? Soon, Gong Sunling and a Zhu and a Bai found the problem and stopped. Everyone's eyes were on Yang Qin again, waiting for him to make a decision. In fact, it was very simple. Since there was something here that made the seed afraid to germinate, then they would change to another place. However, whether it was in the medicine garden or in the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen and the girls could control it. Who knew if this seed would grow into an unexpected monster once it was changed to another place? This was not a joke. The seed had absorbed the spiritual power of more than 100 spiritual veins for a full 100 years, and only such a small sprout appeared. It could be imagined how powerful the seed was. Once it was out of control, it might be a disaster for the entire Chunying Palace. But in the blink of an eye, this thought was thrown to the back of his mind. What a joke! Everyone here was a cultivator who had cultivated for at least 1,000 years. No matter how strong this seed was, could he be stronger than everyone else? Whether it was the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire or the Yin-Yang 5 elements flying sword, Yang Qin was sure that this seed that might have a mutation would turn into a pile of ashes. In the Dragon Palace, there was a special place for cultivating spirit medicine. Yang Qin asked Xiao Tian to empty a piece and then transplanted the seed out, right in front of everyone's eyes. The sprout on the seed was once again frightened and curled up. It was a baffling scene. What do the medicine garden, the mountain river geographical map, and the Dragon Palace have in common? Everyone's mind was thinking about this question. Dragon Clan, Yang Qin said softly, and at the same time he thought of a possibility in his heart. They are all related to the magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan. The medicine garden was later integrated with the Dragon Clan's gourd to expand the space. Needless to say, the mountain river geographical map was directly a magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan. Of course, the Dragon Palace was a place where the Dragon Clan lived. Everything had the aura of the Dragon Clan. This thing is afraid of the aura of the Dragon Clan. Everyone looked at Yang Qin, waiting for Yang Chen's further explanation. Yang Qin did not answer directly, but summoned Xiao Tian to his side. Xiao Tian didn't care at first, but soon he noticed the aura of the seed and suddenly showed a vigilant expression. But there was no further order from Yang Qin, so there has been no further action. What is it? Gao Yu looked at Xiao Tian's performance in doubt and couldn't help but ask. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be a legendary thing. Yang Qin stared at the seed and slowly said, Legend has it that there is a kind of grass that has been extinct by the Dragon Clan called the dragon grass. Perhaps this is the dragon grass. In the doubt of everyone, Yang Qin slowly told the legend of the dragon grass. The dragon grass, in fact, should be called the dragon grass. This is a plant that may pose a fatal threat to the Dragon Clan. Once entangled by the dragon grass, the Dragon Clan will become like prey entangled in a spider web. Life and death will be out of control. From this point of view, the dragon grass can be said to be the natural enemy of the Dragon Clan, so it was exterminated by the Dragon Clan. It was unknown where Old Wang of the Blessing Gathering building found the seed of the dragon grass, but it had not germinated. At this moment, it fell into the hands of Yang Qin. The dragon grass relied on the aura of the Dragon Clan to hunt its target. But when the Dragon Clan's aura was too strong, the dragon grass would instinctively be suppressed. The dragon grass that had just germinated could never compete with the medicine garden, the mountain river geographical map, and the Dragon Clan aura in the Dragon Palace. It was normal to have that kind of fear. Everyone was surprised that there was such a magical thing. But Yang Chen was thinking about what old Wang of the Blessing Gathering Building wanted to do with the dragon grass. Chapter 1686. In addition to being able to trap the real dragon clan to a certain extent, the dragon grass basically had no other use. If one had to look into it, at most it could be used as a raw material in the refining of some medicinal pills. But compared with the huge cost of cultivating the dragon grass, the value was not proportional. In this case, the sole purpose of Wang Dongzhu of the Blessing Gathering Building wanting the dragon grass was very interesting. One must know that even in the spiritual world, the dragon clan was not often seen, and the rareness was even rarer than the 9 revolutions golden pill. Yang Chen would never believe that Wang Dongzhu was just trying to refine a certain kind of medicinal pill. It was very likely that Wang Dongzhu found a dragon clan in a secret place and couldn't fight it. So he thought of using the dragon grass to deal with it. As long as the mature part of the dragon grass was used, it could be refined into a magic weapon to trap the dragon clan and then capture a dragon alive. Only such a result would make Wang Dongzhu willing to pay half of the price of the Blessing Gathering Building. As Yang Chen guessed, when Yang Chen transplanted the seed to an ordinary medicine garden outside the Dragon Palace, the seed no longer had any scruples and began to grow wildly. In just a moment, it became a tough rattan with a length of tens of feet. On the rattan there were some soft thorns, the leaves were not very dense, there were only a few pieces. But the overall feeling it gave people was that this rattan was like a living creature waiting for prey, only waiting for the prey to appear. Xiao Tian appeared here in time, and then the dragon grass immediately had a huge reaction. The long rattan pounced out like a poisonous snake and instantly pounced on Xiao Tian's body. Xiao Tian's reaction was also very agile. He opened his mouth and spat out a majestic sword qi, slashing towards the dragon grass. The toughness of the dragon grass was far beyond everyone's expectations. An attack that was almost comparable to Shan's supreme pure yang, sword qi, could not cut off the rattan that was only as thick as a human thigh. It only cut off half of the rattan, and the remaining half was still growing tenaciously. Just after Xiao Tian attacked once, the dragon grass had already wrapped around Xiao Tian's body. The soft thorns on the rattan instantly turned into countless barbs, deeply piercing into Xiao Tian's body. Xiao Tian's huge body was wrapped by the dragon entanglement grass in just a short time, and then the vines began to tighten a little. Xiao Tian only struggled a few times and could no longer break free. The dragon grass was worthy of being the natural enemy of the dragon clan. Even if Xiao Tian's cultivation base was much deeper than the newly grown dragon grass, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of the dragon grass. Everything naturally subdued everything else. It was truly miraculous. No wonder the dragon entanglement grass was exterminated by the dragon clan. If it was Yang Chen, he would have made the same decision. However, the weakness of the dragon coiled grass was its rhizome. With Yang Chen firmly controlling the rhizome, it was impossible for the dragon coiled grass to escape Yang Chen's control. After a while, the dragon grass obediently let go of Xiao Tian. After being released, Xiao Tian looked very angry and was about to destroy the dragon entangled grass, but was stopped by Yang Chen. The immortal beheading blade, which was blessed by Xiao Tian, cut off the first part of the dragon entanglement grass. The rest of the part, Yang Chen directly gave it to Abai. The toughness of the dragon entanglement grass far exceeded that of the demonized vine, plus it had a natural restraint on the dragon clan. As long as Abai absorbed it, her cultivation base would definitely rise to the next level. As for the part that was cut off in front, it was the part that Yang Chen promised to give to Master Wang of the Blessing Gathering Building. Yang Chen wanted to see what this Master Wang wanted to do. Of course, before handing it over to Master Wang, Yang Chen would never forget to leave his own secret spiritual awareness imprint on it, so that he could track it at any time. Just when Yang Chen's family had just transplanted the dragon entanglement grass from the dragon palace to the ordinary medicine garden, and the dragon entanglement grass grew rapidly, the face of Master Wang of the Blessing Gathering building hundreds of thousands of miles away suddenly changed and then turned into an irrepressible surprise. The dragon entanglement grass really germinated and grew. Master Wang couldn't believe his feelings, but the kind of spiritual awareness that was innately connected with him clearly told him that the seed of the dragon entanglement grass that he gave to Yang Chen had really taken root and germinated. This was not an illusion, but a real feeling. Even Master Wang could clearly feel that it was in a certain direction in the distance. When the seed was in the medicine garden in the mountain river geographical map in the Dragon Palace, all the spiritual awareness was shielded outside, and he couldn't detect the situation of the seed at all. For decades, Master Wang couldn't perceive where the seed was. He was already desperate. The sudden shock of spiritual sense made Wang Dongzhu's already somewhat desperate mind immediately become lively again. Yang Qin really planted the dragon entanglement grass, which meant that his own great cause could be expected. The expectations of several generations of people for tens of thousands of years finally had the possibility of success. Now Master Wang couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings and immediately fly to Yang Chen's side to get the dragon entanglement grass that he wanted. However, as the owner of the Blessing Gathering building for many years, Master Wang really had the ability to calm down. After the surprise, he had to consider how to get it safely. Now the only dragon entangling grass in the world was in Yang Chen's hands. How could he safely get that piece of rattan from Yang Chen's hands? This was what Wang Dongzhu was most concerned about. Moreover, no one in this world was a fool. Even if he wanted to get half of the value of the Blessing Gathering building's property, it was not so easy to get it, so the handover between the two parties had become a troublesome matter. Very soon, Wang Dongzhu had a plan in mind. He pulled over his confidant and patiently explained everything to him. Then, Wang Dongzhu brought his bodyguard and quickly rushed to the location of the dragon-coiled grass. In the past 100 years, when Yang Qin auctioned the Dragon Mark elixir of the 5-grade questioning inner heart pill, Master Wang had already known the identity of Yang Qin. This time, he went directly to Chunyang Palace. Master Wang firmly believed that no one in Chunyang Palace would know the origin of the dragon entanglement grass. As long as the other party did not know the reason, then everything would be fine. Chunyang Palace had 1,000 things to do. He believed that half of the Blessing Gathering building's property would definitely make Chunyang Palace overjoyed. If he only wanted a part of it, there should be no accident. On Yang Chen's side, everything had been arranged. The part of the dragon entanglement grass that was cut off had already been properly stored, waiting for Master Wang to come. The remaining roots and leaves had also been moved to the medicine garden. Under the ubiquitous dragon chi around, the dragon entanglement grass that had grown curled up again and was directly wrapped up by a bai. It was only a matter of time before it was refined. The medicine garden, once again, turned into an emerald handle and was in the hands of Yang Qin. The preparation was sufficient, just waiting for Master Wang's arrival. Chapter 1687. During the 20 years of Yang Chen's alchemy, great changes had taken place in Chunyang Palace again. The most significant change was that the number of disciples who ascended from the mortal world had slowly increased. The 100-year period agreed with the disciples in the mortal world had arrived. Many disciples of Chunyang Palace in the mortal world had successfully ascended after a long wait. After experiencing the first lesson of ascending from the mortal world to the spiritual world, the first thing those disciples saw when they entered the reception town was the signboard of Chunyang Palace. In the reception town, all the major sects gave them quite a lot of face. The 5 major sects gathered together and put together a storefront for Chunyang Palace on the side of the square of the reception town. The huge signboard was very eye-catching. This location alone was enough to make countless first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects drool, let alone the signboard that could be seen at a glance. The disciples of Chunyang Palace were surprised and delighted. They never thought that their sect, which had almost no foundation in the spiritual world, would have such a scene. Especially when they saw their elders waiting for them with a smile. They were so excited that they almost cried. The first lesson of the spiritual world let them know a lot of things, and they even learned some secrets of the spiritual world from the disciples of other sect. In their minds, it was good enough for Chunyang Palace to have a name and stand firm in the spiritual world. They never thought that there would be people waiting for them in the reception town. They were all cultivators, so this situation was understandable. In the mortal world, they were taken care of by the sect in the sect. After ascending to the spiritual world, they had to share the joys and sorrows with the sect and build the sect all the way. However, they never expected that in just a short period of 100 years, the elders who had already ascended had already achieved such a level. The reception station of the sect in the center of the reception town was already surprising. But when they heard that it had a territory of 100,000 miles and the support of the major sect, it was even more beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the way back to the sect from the reception town, they spent all their time in surprise. There were not many disciples who ascended in the first batch, only a dozen. Half of them were demon cultivators and human cultivators. They were basically outstanding disciples of that year. This group of disciples could be regarded as the direct descendants of Chunyang Palace. With this group of people coming up safely, it meant that there would be a steady stream of disciples in Chunyang Palace in the future, and the sect would surely develop and grow. On the first day of Yang Chen's seclusion, these disciples came together to visit him. All of them were sincerely kowtowing. The etiquette was so great that it was comparable to meeting the head of the palace, which showed the sincerity of everyone. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen had already told Gao Yu and Gong Sunling that he had become a 6th-grade alchemist master, and he was not in a hurry to publicize it. Some things always had to be announced at the right time to get the greatest effect. The previous trend of the 5 revolving marrow pill had not passed. Now that it was said, at most, it would make people exclaim in amazement. Continuous shock could not produce a superimposed effect. There was no major substantive gain for the pure Yang Palace. On the contrary, it was better to hide it. Wang Dongzhu's speed was faster than Yang Chen's imagination. He thought that he would arrive within half a month, but in less than 10 days, Wang Dongzhu appeared in front of Yang Chen. This time, Wang Dongzhu followed the etiquette of visiting, and then he was able to see Yang Chen. The first thing that Wang Dongzhu did when he saw Yang Chen was to apologize. "Master Yang, I had eyes but failed to see last time. I didn't recognize Master Yang's true face. I am ashamed." The last time they met, Wang Dongzhu called himself Old Wang. This time he still called him this way, which could more or less seem a little intimate. "Congratulations, Wang Dongzhu." Yang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He went straight to the point and congratulated Wang Dongzhu. "I am fortunate enough to not disappoint you. The seed has sprouted." Wang Dongzhu was very nervous before he came. It was a big event, and he couldn't help but think about it. What if Yang Chen didn't give him anything? What if Yang Chen was too greedy? He never thought that Yang Chen would be so straightforward and go straight to the point. However, it was better this way. When Yang Chen said so, Wang Dongzhu's heart finally settled back into his chest. As long as Yang Chen still acknowledged this matter, then everything would be fine. At most, he would have to pay a little more. Worldly possessions were insignificant compared to the master that he was going to be. "Master Yang, this is the list of Blessing Gathering Building's properties. Master, if you like anything, just pick it and send someone to take it. I will arrange the handover immediately." Fearing that a long delay would cause trouble, Wang Dongzhu immediately showed his sincerity. In the end, Blessing Gathering Building was just worldly possessions. For cultivators, the most important thing was their own cultivation, not wealth. Wang Dongzhu was straightforward, and Yang Chen was also straightforward. He took out the 200 feet long vine of dragon coiling grass from his chinkuan bag and coiled it on the ground, occupying a large space. Looking at the thing that he dreamed of, especially with his hidden divine sense left on it. Wang Dongzhu was excited. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of things in Blessing Gathering building, so he didn't lose his composure immediately. Instead, he politely cupped his hands at Yang Chen before walking over to examine it carefully under Yang Chen's gesture. Basically, there weren't many cultivators in the spiritual realm who had seen dragon coiling grass. It could even be said that there were almost none. Even though Wang Dongzhu had the seeds of dragon coiling grass, he had never seen the real thing. He could only rely on the records passed down by his ancestors to distinguish it. Especially this kind of secretive thing, Wang Dongzhu didn't dare to let outsiders know, so he was very careful in his appraisal. Yang Chen didn't rush him. He sat in the same place and slowly tasted the fragrant tea the Shishanshan had made for him. He slowly waited for Wang Dongzhu to finish his appraisal while looking at the contents of the jade slip list and slowly pondering. Wang Dongzhu spent half a day examining the dragon-entwined grass vines inch by inch. He really examined it inch by inch without the slightest mistake. He was so serious that it was as if he was examining his own life. Perhaps to Wang Dongzhu, this was his family's wealth and his life. Finally, Wang Dongzhu stood up and let out a long breath. The relaxed and happy expression on his face made people doubt that he had gotten what he wanted the most. Grandmaster Yang, you really have the means of an immortal. Wang Dongzhu said and gave a thumbs up to Yang Chen. I have been in the spiritual realm for thousands of years, but Grandmaster Yang is the first to make this seed germinate. Well said, as long as Wang Dongzhu is satisfied. Yang Chen also had a smile on his face. He had the face of a friendly businessman. If there is such a business in the future, please take care of it. Wang Dongzhu was startled when he heard this, but he immediately smiled. It seemed that this business was stable. Chapter 1688. In Wang Dongzhu's eyes, what he was most afraid of was that Yang Chen would not admit it. This was Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen's territory. If Yang Chen was not willing to fulfill the agreement and fell out with him on the spot, Wang Dongzhu would have to take a great risk. After all, Yang Chen had a mysterious queen of celestial eating insects in his hands. Now that Yang Chen put on a business posture, everything would be easy to negotiate. Since it was a business and the price was negotiated before, there was no need for them to fall out. The things that Wang Dongzhu had secretly prepared would be useless. The dragon entwining grass was so rare that Wang Dongzhu suspected that no one in this world knew about it except him. Since Yang Chen could take out such a piece of it so easily, he probably didn't know what it was at all. This was also good. The secret of this thing would only belong to him. As for the dragon entwining grass left by Yang Chen, once they encountered the dragon clan, they would probably be destroyed immediately, and there would never be a chance to know the truth. What happened next was naturally a happy ending, and both sides got what they needed. Yang Chen chose half of the items on the list. In fact, it was mainly the shops that Blessing Gathering Tower had been operating for many years. Of course, Yang Chen did not let go of the good things in Blessing Gathering Tower's warehouse. Yang Chen did not hesitate to choose more than half of them, and all of them were good things that sold well in the spiritual realm. The original intention of choosing the shops and the best-selling goods was naturally for the sake of Wanbao Tower. Now, the Wanbao Tower, operated by Elder Wu Xiong, with the help of Yang Chen's 5-revolution marrow pill, had already firmly established a foothold. With sufficient manpower and abundant goods, it was time to expand. These industries of Blessing Gathering Tower could help Wanbao Tower expand more quickly. Wanbao Tower was one of Yang Chen's industries, and it was also a source of news throughout the spiritual realm in the future. Yang Chen had to vigorously develop it no matter what. For the things that Yang Chen chose, Wang Dongzhu did not feel the slightest pity. After all, it was just some worldly possessions. The things that were really useful to him were on him, and they did not appear on the list at all. To put it bluntly, even if Yang Chen did not hesitate to ask for all the things, Wang Dongzhu would absolutely take them out without hesitation. As long as he could successfully refine the dragon entwining grass and refine it into that magic treasure and achieve the ultimate goal, Wang Dongzhu would not hesitate to pay the price of 2 blessings gathering tower. Yang Chen was not greedy, and it was completely in accordance with the original agreement. If the things were calculated according to the value, it was almost half of the original agreement. When Wang Dongzhu left with a smile on his face, Yang Chen had a token and a dozen Qinquan bags on his body. As Qin did, so Qin did not Qin did Gong, did not of Dongzhu Qin, Gong, and of the Qinyang had the Qinchongs out. Chun Gong of in the future, as long as Elder Wu Xiong held this token, he could completely take over the industries of blessing gathering tower. Wang Dongzhu was very satisfied with this transaction. Yang Qin could be said to have abided by the previous agreement from the beginning to the end, which made Wang Dongzhu have a very good impression of Yang Qin. If there were no other conflict of interest, it was definitely a good thing to be on good terms with such a top-grade alchemist who abided by the rules and cultivated precious medicinal herbs. In order to repay Yang Chen's rules, Wang Dongzhu was even willing to announce to his peers that in addition to alchemy, Yang Chen also had such a unique skill in cultivating medicinal herbs. He believed that many people would be interested in this. Elder Wu Xiong's life in Wanbao Tower over the years was very comfortable. The connections that he had accumulated in the mortal world finally had a place to use them. Wu Xiong's ascended friends were basically a group of people who had made some achievements in their respective sect. In particular, Wu Xiong's reputation in the mortal world was excellent, and there was an endless stream of people who came to visit him. In addition to a huge flagship store in Wanbao Tower, the largest and only auction house in Sunset Rock was now also an industry of Wanbao Tower. The 5th grade marrow pill, a good thing that couldn't be bought outside, could only be bought in the auction house of Wanbao Tower in Sunset Rock, and from time to time, some 3rd grade and 4th grade questioning inner heart pills would appear. The business was unusually prosperous. Some of the original friends of Lan Ying didn't like the way Yang Chen pointed out and left the group, but most of them still stayed and became the periphery of Wanbao Tower. Over the years, the reputation of these cultivators outside had slowly changed with the operation of Wanbao Tower. With so many people gathered in a store and an auction house, it was naturally a bit crowded. Wanbao Tower was also in urgent need of expansion. What is this? When Elder Wu Xiong got the token of Blessing Gathering Tower, he first asked in confusion, and then he saw what was in his hand. After his spiritual awareness explored the items in the Jade Slip list, even though Elder Wu had ascended for many years and his mind was stable, he couldn't help but stand up in shock. As the current actual head of Wanbao Tower, Wu Xiong knew better than anyone what Wanbao Tower needed now. Similarly, Wu Xiong's experience and his identity also made him very familiar with some big businesses in the spiritual world. He quickly recognized the token of Blessing Gathering Tower, and the things on the list made him suspect that he was dreaming at the moment. Blessing Gathering Tower, a business that was at least at the level of 10,000 years old, had a deep heritage. Wu Xiong was absolutely clear. Therefore, he was even more shocked that Yang Chen could give him the token of Blessing Gathering Tower and the list. How was this possible? After the shock, Elder was unable to suppress his ecstasy. A long drought immediately brought rain, and someone sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. This batch of businesses and goods came at the right time. When Wanbao Tower was in need of expansion, Yang Chen brought this big gift. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as timely rain. Elder Wu believed in Yang Chen's character. Yang Chen would not use 2 forged things to trick him into going to Blessing Gathering Tower to make a fool of himself. This also meant that these were all real things. It was believed that in the near future, the branches of Wanbao Tower would hang up signboards on the original sites of Blessing Gathering Tower. Soon, Elder Wu began to worry. Before, there were too many people, but not enough goods and stores. He worried about not having enough goods and stores to expand. Now, the whole situation was reversed. The stores were ready, and the goods were sufficient, but the manpower was not enough. The existing staff of Wanbao Tower, plus those friends of Lanning, had more than 500 people. It was definitely redundant to put them in a store and an auction house. However, when faced with hundreds of stores to take over, even if each of these people was responsible for a store, it was not enough. Chapter 1689. Of course, this was Elder Wu Xiong's problem. Since Yang Chen had handed over the Wanbao Tower to Elder Wu Xiong and also provided various sources, if other problems were to be solved by Yang Chen, it would seem that Elder Wu Xiong was too incompetent. Not to mention that Yang Chen would not mention it. Even if it was mentioned, Elder Wu Xiong would not accept it. Therefore, Yang Chen was very smart and did not say anything about it. Everything was to let Elder Wu Xiong solve it himself. What Yang Chen had to do was to refine more medicinal pills as much as possible. Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling both thought that Yang Chen was already a 6th grade alchemy master, Yang Chen knew that he was not yet. His current level was only at the peak of the 5th grade alchemy master. With the help of the profound spirit furnace, he could only refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. It was precisely because of this that after solving the matter of the dragon winding grass, Yang Chen turned around and entered the dragon palace to start alchemy. Others only thought that Yang Chen wanted to refine more medicinal pills. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling thought that Yang Chen wanted to consolidate his alchemy level. No one cared. Wang Dongzhu just got the part of the dragon winding grass, and it was certainly impossible to use it immediately. Don't look at the fact that the dragon winding grass had just germinated, but it took 100 years to nourish it with spiritual power. That piece of dragon winding grass vine was by no means something that could be used. It needed to be carefully refined. Yang Chen tried to refine a small piece of the dragon winding grass vine. After trying it, Yang Chen gave up. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, coupled with his heaven-defying spiritual awareness, it was estimated that it would take Yang Chen more than 20 years to refine the dragon winding grass vine of the length of the thumb according to his own wishes. Yang Chen did not think that Wang Dongzhu's cultivation base was higher than his own by a big realm, and he could refine the dozens of feet-long dragon winding grass vine in a short time. No matter what Wang Dongzhu did in the future, it would take a long time before he could carry it out. During this time, Yang Chen could only wait. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There were still some things that he could do. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen challenged his limits again. After refining 205 revolution marrow-cleansing elixirs, Yang Chen decided to go out for a walk. This time, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not completely accompany Yang Chen, but went out again to gain experience. The retreat was only for Yang Chen alone. It was not Yang Chen who left Chunying Palace, but Lu Xiang. Even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not know that their husband had another identity. Everyone thought that Yang Chen was refining elixirs in retreat because a dozen of marrow-cleansing elixirs would be released every once in a while. No one knew that Yang Chen was no longer in Chunying Palace. Chunying Palace had accepted a lot of individual cultivators in a short time, but their status was not high. An unknown little rogue cultivator who later joined the Pyongyang Palace. No cultivator would pay attention to him all the time. Therefore, when Lu Xiang came out of the gate of Chunying Palace, except for the disciples on duty at the gate who greeted each other, no one noticed him. Lu Xiang wandered around the territory of his sect in Linyingchuan. After learning a little about the situation in the territory, he turned to the Sunset Rock. He didn't stay in the Sunset Rock for a long time. He bought some ordinary things in several shops. After leaving a little impression, he left the Sunset Rock and disappeared. There were countless sects in the spiritual realm. Which sect didn't have a few disciples outside to gain experience? The world was so big, a small cultivator could hardly make a splash if he went in. Lu Xiang's disappearance also did not attract anyone's attention. Everything happened very naturally. Yang Chen's current identity was really ordinary to the extreme. It was so ordinary that even if he stood in front of some of the bitter disciples of the profound heaven sect, those people estimated that they would at most say, "Oh," and then there would be no following. Was it worth raising their eyelids for an individual cultivator who joined later? This time, Yang Chen's destination was the place where the third master was sealed. There were 5 ancient zither in his hands, and each of them hid a place. This was a good method that could increase the number of masters and consume his own spiritual sense. Yang Chen would not keep it. What's more, this was the arrangement of the ancestors of the Zhao family. Maybe when Yang Chen unlocked the seal, it would destroy some of the plans of the ancestors of the Zhao family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Zhao family was indeed a big deal. In the mortal world, there was a 4th great earth, Immortal Longxian, and a huge demon continent. Even the Taishanmen would be ashamed of their inferiority. If the mortal world had made such arrangements, how could the spiritual realm be unknown? If there were really 8 ancient zither, then there were at least 8 masters of the supreme mystic immortal level. There were at least 8 spirit veins of the heaven immortal level. This alone had already made countless people blush with shame. With so much manpower and material resources, who would believe that the Zhao family had no ambition and just wanted to hide their identity? However, Yang Chen searched his memory. Except that his friend in the immortal world got an ancient zither and released a master a long time later, he had never heard any news related to this matter. The secret of the Zhao family had exceeded everyone's expectations. If it weren't for Yang Chen to announce the cultivation secret of the 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world, it was estimated that the Zhao family would still be hiding in the dark and plotting something. Yang Chen couldn't figure out what the Zhao family was going to do with the demon continent. But since even Big Brother Li Cheng opposed it, Yang Chen's position must be very certain. Unlocking the seal of these masters may be able to break the deployment of the Zhao family and force the Zhao family to show up. The destination this time was a desolate desert, very remote. Yang Chen had never heard of anything happening in this desert in his memory, and it was hard for the Zhao family to be able to find the spirit vein of the heaven immortal level in this place. The remote desert did not mean that there were no cultivators. Under certain unique conditions, the strength of the indigenous monster race of the spiritual world could reach the earth immortal or above, and under the harsh environment of the desert, there were many fierce guys. Not to mention others, Shikue and Xiasha of the Chunying Palace were born in the desert back then. Whether it was their character or their moves, they were rare, fierce goods. With these 2 pearls in front of him, Yang Chen was already very alert before he arrived at the desert. This desert was very large, more than 10 times the size of the barren sand valley where Shikue and Xiasha were hiding. The yellow sand in the sky, as soon as he entered the desert, it was as if he immediately entered a flame, which was extremely hot. It was in a hot climate area, coupled with drought and no rain. Ordinary people coming in was almost no different from being considered. However, Yang Chen had not gone far into the desert when he felt several very unfriendly auras vaguely surrounding Yang Chen. Chapter 1690. Yang Chen did not use the flying shuttle because the flying shuttle could easily expose Yang Chen's identity. Even the golden bell, beheading immortal blade, medicine garden, and other magical weapons that had appeared on Yang Chen before, Lu Xiang did not have any of them. Lu Xiang's identity only used the living soil flying sword. This flying sword with no earth attribute was rarely shown, so almost no one knew that it was Yang Chen's weapon. The flying speed of the flying sword with the earth attribute was naturally not comparable to the flying shuttle. In addition, Yang Chen also disguised himself as a muscular man with a successful body refining technique, so his speed would arouse suspicion. Aware of the unfriendly aura, Yang Chen did not react and still followed the original direction, controlling the living soil flying sword, controlling it at a height of about 10 feet from the ground, and flew towards the destination at a leisurely pace. As far as the eye could see, there was no other color except for the deep and light yellow. On the flat sand dunes, there was no trace of any living creature. In an ordinary desert, One could occasionally see a little oasis, but Yang Chen now looked as far as he could. There was no green at all. Without the slightest warning, the attack came quietly. In the world of the monsters, there was no such thing as courtesy before force. Everyone only had a cruel life and death struggle. There was no hatred, no cause and effect. There was only one simple reason. If I eat you, I can survive. It was so simple that it was outrageous and so cruel that it was creepy. This was the way to survive in the desert. The living soil flying sword was a flying sword that could grow slowly, and the simple lack of earth attribute made this flying sword destined to have a strong style. The moment he noticed the attack, Yang Chen's flying sword had already greeted it. There was no reason to talk about here. The only reason was the fist, the flying sword. Whoever was more powerful was the reason and justice. The flying sword heavily chopped down on a spike, and the two sides collided, producing a loud sound. Even the yellow sand below was shaken by the impact. In this collision, both sides were evenly matched, and no one gained the upper hand. The spike and the flying sword separated as soon as they came into contact, each flying back to their master's side. Without the slightest sense of surprise or frustration, the owner of the spike dived straight into the yellow sand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Apart from the spot where he drilled into the sand, there were no other signs of living beings. Yang Chen held the living soil flying sword in his hand, but his face was unusually solemn. It looked like the other party had disappeared, but it was time to see the real deal. As if to verify Yang Chen's guess, several figures rushed out of the yellow sand from all directions and attacked Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen could clearly see that all the figures were the same type of demonic beast. All of them were gigantic centipedes the color of yellow sand. The spike just now was one of the two spikes on the side of the centipede's mouth. Now, there were more than a dozen of them, crazily flying towards Yang Chen from all directions. With the living soil flying sword in hand, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness firmly locked onto each and every spike. Holding the flying sword in his right hand, it made a series of clanking sounds. At this time, Yang Chen did not hold back, but brought out the full power of sea-toppling strength. All the spikes that were hit by Yang Chen's flying sword seemed to have been hit by a giant hammer, and flew away in all directions at a speed 10 times faster than when they came. Every spike that was hit by Yang Chen's flying sword inevitably cracked, and after flying hundreds of feet away, it broke into a pile irretrievably. The power of sea-toppling strength was not something that the spikes of these demonic beasts could withstand. The two life source magic weapons were destroyed, but the giant centipedes did not seem to panic. Instead, they opened their mouths and exhaled. The breath exhaled from the mouth of the centipedes was colorless and odorless, invisible and untouchable. If he had not seen several giant centipedes exhaling face to face, even Yang Chen would not have been able to judge it. The strange situation made Yang Chen not say anything. His figure immediately rose up and then quickly escaped. The centipedes themselves were highly poisonous, and the breath exhaled from their mouths was by no means a simple poison. Sure enough, Yang Chen's figure did not go far, and under his original position, half of the huge sand dune disappeared. There was no sound, neither the corrosive sound of Yang Chen's 9th water-flying sword nor any movement. It was as if it was suddenly bitten by a monster. At this moment, Yang Chen had flashed behind a big centipede. The giant centipede, which was several meters long, did not look as terrifying as Shikuei and Xiasha Qianzhang's, but just this kind of soundless, colorless, and odorless poison was enough to make people retreat. The reaction of the demonic beasts was indeed fast, but unfortunately it was not fast enough. Yang Chen's flying sword had already slashed heavily on the body of the big centipede when the centipede had turned more than half and opened its mouth to spit out poisonous gas. There is a perpetrator for every injustice. There is a debtor for every debt. You were the ones who attacked first, so don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yang Chen did not say the mantra directly, but recited it in his heart, and the flying sword cut the big centipede. A huge wound appeared in the middle of the big centipede's body. Only a small part of the wound looked smooth at the beginning, which was cut by the flying sword. The rest of the wound was more like the flesh was cracked open by force. This poor centipede did not even make a loud sound, and it twisted in pain. In less than a moment, its body stopped twisting, and it was completely quiet. Yang Chen could not care about anything else at this time, and threw himself into the fight with several big centipedes. The live soil flying sword in his hand was not like a flying sword most of the time, but more like a big stick with terrifying power and tyrannical power. Others used a sword to stab, but at this moment, Yang Chen used more smashing. Whether it was a refined magic weapon or the body of a centipede, as long as it touched Yang Chen's flying sword, there was only one result left. It would be smashed or broken. There was no other possibility. Just when Yang Chen thought that he could first get rid of these big centipedes and then go to unlock the seal with peace of mind, a terrifying suction suddenly came from the underground of the desert. The object of the suction was Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. As soon as it came into contact with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, it was like tasting something delicious, and it grabbed crazily. Yang Chen was stunned. This feeling was clearly the situation when the seal formation was absorbing the spiritual awareness. But he had not reached the position of the formation yet. How could the formation be activated? Could it be that there were already some unexpected changes in this? Chapter 1691. Now was not the time to investigate this matter. The trouble was that on one side, the array began to absorb Yang Chen's divine sense. On the other side, in addition to the few giant centipedes that were cut off by Yang Chen had already seen the shadows of a few giant centipedes flying over here. These yellow sand-colored giant centipedes had two small carapaces that looked like wings on both sides of their bodies. They were flapping at a high speed, making a burst of flapping sounds. The giant centipedes' huge bodies were flapped by the two small wings, and they could fly a long distance with just a tap on the ground. After a few ups and downs, they could reach here. If it weren't for the scene of those giant centipedes turning a small sand dune into nothingness in a few breaths, Yang Chen really wouldn't be stingy with these things. However, now that his divine sense was being led, he actually couldn't break free for a while. If he were to face these things again, it would not be so easy. Without saying anything, Yang Chen ran away on his sword. In general, the speed of Yang Chen's sword flight was still faster than these giant centipedes. As long as he was not accidentally surrounded by the giant centipedes, there was always a way to escape. The important thing now was to see what was happening here, not to be entangled with the giant centipedes. Yang Chen's idea was good, and this was what he did. However, some things did not change according to his will. When those giant centipedes saw that Yang Chen actually wanted to escape, they made very sharp cries from far away. The cries were very uncomfortable, and ordinary people would probably be irritated and unable to move when they heard it. Of course, it had almost no effect on Yang Chen. However, when Yang Chen fled towards the depths of the desert, those giant centipedes actually persevered and chased after him. Not only that, after those cries, Yang Chen actually found that in the direction he was going, there were actually dozens of giant centipedes. If each of these giant centipedes were to blow at Yang Chen, even Yang Chen would have a hard time dealing with them. Bai's blue jade vine body would definitely not care about this little poisonous mist. But now Yang Chen was Lu Xiang's identity, so she didn't want to easily expose Yang Chen's family and identity, even if there was no one else here. This made things a little tricky. Yang Chen had no choice but to change his direction slightly to avoid the pestering giant centipedes. After taking a detour, there seemed to be no sign of the giant centipede. Yang Chen relaxed a little, and then began to study his own spiritual sense. Previously, because he was restrained by the spirit array, Yang Chen's divine sense would be sucked away as soon as he released it. It was impossible for him to detect what was happening more than 100 meters away from his body. Even when he discovered those giant centipedes, He relied on his eyes and not his divine sense. The feeling of the spirit array was very familiar. Yang Chen had already experienced it twice before, so he would never be wrong. But this location was a bit too far away, or the scope of the spirit array was a bit larger than expected. What is this situation? Before Yang Chen could carefully ponder the changes, Yang Chen found that those giant centipedes were actually chasing after him. And it was not just a few dozens, but hundreds of them. The most surprising thing was that these giant centipedes actually advanced and retreated, which was very surprising. If the giant centipedes were really a monster race with intelligence, Yang Chen would not be surprised at all. But these giant centipedes obviously had not reached that point. They were simply very strong, but they didn't look like they had become spirits at all. It was not unusual for the native monster beasts to live in groups. But when Yang Chen raised his vigilance and killed an approaching giant centipede with a sword, he was keenly aware that there seemed to be a trace of divine sense on this giant centipede. This sign was obvious that the giant centipede had a master. The other party must be a master of insects. Not to mention anything else, it was not so simple to get so many giant centipedes. But another thing surprised Yang Chen even more. That was the other party's divine sense did not seem to be affected by the spirit array at all. This was the most terrifying thing. The only possibility that could explain this was that the other party's divine sense cultivation had exceeded the restraint of the spirit array. At least for now, it was far beyond Yang Chen. At worst, it was estimated that it had reached the level of peak fairy immortal. In this world, it was estimated that Yang Chen's divine sense and spiritual power cultivation had such a serious disconnect. It was estimated that only Yang Chen's family who had dual cultivation with Yang Chen. No one else had really seen it. This also meant that the other party was likely to be an expert around the level of peak fairy immortal. Being targeted by such an expert's pet, Yang Chen did not know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Now that there was an expert behind these centipedes, he could not expose his identity. Yang Chen let out a long sigh, turned around, and fled again. It was normal for a human immortal cultivator to turn around and flee in such a situation, wasn't it? In the process of fleeing, Yang Chen was still pondering why this expert of peak fairy immortal appeared in this place. Who knew where this guy came from? One had to know that in Yang Chen's memory, there was no such thing as a peak fairy immortal expert appearing here. Who knew where this guy came from? Once it was confirmed that this expert was at peak fairy immortal, it would not be surprising for him to have a large number of giant centipedes. If it was not for the fact that Yang Chen was still plotting against the supreme mystic immortal expert in this desert, Yang Chen would have turned around and fled far away. For a moment, a possibility suddenly flashed across Yang Chen's mind. Could this mysterious expert also be here for this sealing formation? In the middle of the desert, which Yang Chen had yet to reach, there was a burly man who looked to be in his prime studying the formation in the desert with a frown. From the faint haze that was slowly rising around him, one could tell that he was a fairy immortal expert. Zhao Qing was from the Zhao family and was an expert in playing with insects. By chance, he had found a record of the location of the sealing formation in one of his ancestors' notes. For some reason, the location indicated in the record was very vague. But with the cultivation base of a heaven immortal and the tens of thousands of giant centipedes he raised, he soon found the location of the formation in the area that was about hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference. What surprised Zhao Qing was that the range of the sealing formation was so wide that it was beyond his expectations. From far away at the edge of the desert, he could sense the suction force of the formation on his divine sense. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation had reached peak fairy immortal, his divine sense might have been absorbed by the formation. Zhao Qing began to carefully study the formation left by his ancestor as he struggled to resist the suction force of the formation. However, not long after he studied it, the giant centipedes scattered around the periphery of the desert sent back a message. A little guy had actually rushed into the desert. Chapter 1692. A little fellow at the worldly immortal stage wasn't worth Zhao Qing's effort to deal with. It was just that this little fellow didn't know what was good for him, and actually killed a few giant centipedes. Zhao Qing was a little angry, and immediately gave an order to all the giant centipedes in the area to kill that little worm. The sealing array formation was similar to the array formation he used to seal some monstrous beasts. Zhao Qing wasn't too surprised about this. After all, everything he learned was inherited from his ancestors. Even if there were all sorts of improvements over the long years, some core things wouldn't change. As long as he studied it for a period of time, he might be able to unravel the secret of this array. This array left behind by his ancestors looked like it had been around for God knows how many years. Even after such a long time, it still had such great power. It could even almost absorb a peak heavenly immortal expert's spiritual consciousness. The power of this array was evident. He didn't know what was sealed, but one thing was for sure. Underneath this array, there was at least a heavenly immortal grade, spiritual vein supporting it. Otherwise, such a powerful array wouldn't have been able to last until now. Zhao Qing was very cautious, let alone studying the array. Even if he studied it thoroughly, he didn't have the slightest intention of unraveling the seal. To be sealed by his ancestors, it must be a powerful demonic beast that even his ancestors couldn't kill. Even if he was a peak heavenly immortal, he wasn't arrogant to the point of looking down on everything. The Zhao clan had always been low-key and cautious. The Zhao clan was very strong. As a member of the Zhao clan, Zhao Qing naturally knew that. But he didn't understand why the clan didn't fight for a place in the spiritual realm since they were so strong. Instead, they endured silently. However, the elders in the clan had instructed that many things were arranged by the ancestors. As long as he ascended to the immortal realm, he would naturally know everything. Zhao Qing was already on the verge of ascension. He wasn't in a hurry. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would soon know many truths. Since this array was left behind by a certain ancestor, there must be a reason why it wasn't recorded in such detail. Zhao Qing wouldn't rashly destroy the ancestors' arrangements. He was only interested in the sealing array itself. Yang Qin was very unhappy. On his destination side, there was a master of the Zhao family who had already taken the lead. Yang Qin was also very lucky that the master of the Zhao clan did not directly use his divine sense to undo the seal. Instead, he relied on his powerful cultivation to resist the suction of the array formation on his divine sense. Not even a trace of his divine sense entered the seal. This meant that this sealed supreme mystic immortal expert still had a chance of being controlled by Yang Qin. A large number of giant centipedes relentlessly chased after Yang Qin, forcing Yang Qin to be in a constant state of escape. Fortunately, even so, Yang Qin was still able to release his divine sense from time to time, slowly unlocking the seal. Behind these giant centipedes was a peak-level heavenly immortal expert. Thus, Yang Qin dared not casually provoke and kill them off. Should the heavenly immortal disobey him, Yang Qin would have to bear the consequences. Yang Qin wasn't afraid of being hunted down, but he didn't want the opportunity to break the seal to be ruined. In the middle of the desert, Zhao Qing was still studying the sealing array. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. After he finally comprehended something useful from the large-scale formation, he temporarily stopped to take a break. After that, Zhao Qing realized that his little pets had been chasing that little guy for 2 whole years without any results. However, Zhao Qing did not intend to eliminate Yang Qin directly. Anyway, Yang Qin had been circling around the periphery of the desert, so he could not affect Zhao Qing at all. According to Zhao Qing's guess, Yang Qin must have discovered that there were so many giant centipedes here and used his little pet as a training partner to hone his escaping skills. Otherwise, there was no way to explain his behavior of lingering at the edge of the desert when he clearly had the chance to escape. What a smart little guy, Zhao Qing thought in his heart and did not pay any more attention to it. In these 2 years, none of his pets had died. Instead, More and more of them began to chase that little guy. It was obvious that this little guy was smart enough to know what he was doing. Wasn't this kind of life and death experience an inevitable process that a cultivator should accept? Turning his head, Zhao Qing directly threw Yang Qin to the back of his mind. After a short rest, he once again began his own research. He discovered that there was indeed a huge difference between the spirit arrays of his ancestors and the one he was currently learning. Now that he had a very clear understanding of the spirit arrays, he would only need a few years at most to thoroughly understand the mysteries of the spirit arrays, and his ability to control monstrous beasts would also increase by another level. Zhao Qing, who was immersed in his research, did not realize that in these few years, Yang Qin had already circled around the huge desert. The number of giant centipedes chasing Yang Qin had also exceeded thousands, but not a single one had succeeded. As for Yang Qin, after circling around in a big circle, he gradually began to go deeper into the center of the desert. In the next few years, even if he occasionally noticed that Yang Qin's distance into the desert was much farther than before, Zhao Qing would only wishfully think that this was because Yang Qin had more experience, and his cultivation base was rarely improved, so he would make such a move. Anyways, as long as he did not enter within 1,000 miles of his circle, Zhao Qing would not take the initiative to find trouble with a worldly immortal junior. Those pets were enough to make Yang Qin battered. The aura of a heavenly immortal expert was one of the reasons, but the more important reason was that the ceiling array beneath his feet seemed to have undergone some changes during this period of time he was studying it. This was the real key that attracted Zhao Qing's attention. As long as he could understand this change, he would be able to completely master this ancestral ceiling array. What Zhao Qing did not expect at all was that the change in the ceiling array was caused by the little worldly immortal fellow that he did not even put in his eyes. The amount of spiritual sense that Yang Qin had injected was already enough to unlock 70% of the seal. At this speed, in less than 3 to 5 years, Yang Qin would be able to unlock the unknown demon clan expert that was sealed. His wishful thinking and arrogance caused Zhao Qing to finally reap what he sowed. Previously, he had always thought that the change in the array was due to the magic of the ancestral array, and the direction of his research was already wrong. When he discovered that the seal of the ceiling array had been unknowingly completely unlocked, he then realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to realize. The array beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and a majestic spiritual energy rushed into the sky, not dissipating for a long time. Chapter 1693. At this moment, it was useless to think about anything else. The first thing he needed to do was to fly away from the sand dune that was collapsing. That spiritual energy was not enough to scare a peak heaven immortal expert, because it was just a spiritual vein that had been suppressed for a long time and suddenly erupted. However, what was hidden behind it was exceptionally terrifying. Zhao Qing knew very well that this spiritual vein was the source of the spiritual energy of the ceiling formation. Originally, all the spiritual energy was absorbed by the ceiling formation, and a large part of it was used to nourish the mysterious demon beast that was sealed. But what did this sudden eruption mean? Other than the formation being broken and the seal being released, there was no other explanation. The ceiling formation had actually been unraveled right under his nose without a sound. He had actually been completely unaware of it. The implications of this directly gave him a huge fright. What was even more frightening was that the mysterious demon beast that was sealed had not leaked a trace of its aura until now. Even with Zhao Qing's peak heaven immortal strength, he could not detect any traces of it. Zhao Qing was 100% sure that the center of the ceiling formation was right under his feet, which meant that the sealed demon beast must be right under his feet. But now, within 1,000 miles, Zhao Qing did not find any other living beings other than his pets. Not only that, there were at least tens of thousands of giant centipedes as pets within 1,000 miles, but they did not find any signs of abnormality. The unknown was the most terrifying, and this also applied to heaven immortal experts. This was especially true when Zhao Qing was unable to find any clues despite using all of his abilities. As a heaven immortal expert, there were times when he needed to be decisive. Any unnecessary hesitation, and hesitation could very well be the beginning of a disaster. Perhaps it was because he had his own pride as a peak heaven immortal expert and felt that there were not many experts in the spiritual realm that could threaten him. After hesitating for a moment, he did not escape immediately. When Zhao Qing planned to pack up all his pets and bring them away, it was already destined that he would not have much chance of survival. In fact, Yang Qin did not give him a choice. Even if Zhao Qing flew away when the spiritual energy exploded, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the mysterious demon beast. The moment the sealing formation was opened, Yang Qin knew what the sealed demon beast was. It was an incomparably large earth dragon, which was also commonly known as an earthworm. The earth dragon's body had been constantly nourished by a heaven immortal grade spirit vein for a long period of time and had grown to an unbelievable stage. The entire desert had a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and more than half of it was occupied by the earth dragon. One could only imagine how huge this earth dragon was. The reason why Yang Qin could feel the existence of the seal formation on the edge of the desert was that the seal formation itself had been supported to this point by the crazily growing earth dragon. Even though the core of the sealing formation was still at the very center, the range of the formation had forcibly expanded from tens of kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers. Even if Yang Qin used the flying shuttle's maximum speed, it would not to be tens of thousands of miles in such a short time. Moreover, Zhao Qing's speed was much faster than the flying shuttle. A mountain of flesh directly tore through the earth and stood tall in the sky, then heavily smashed towards Zhao Qing, who was busy collecting his pets. Chi 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 sounds quickly rang out. Dozens of light rays rose from Zhao Qing's body and pierced straight into the mountain of flesh, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The mountain of flesh seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, not even the slightest bit of resistance, as it was pierced into its flesh. Dozens of clear liquid flowed out of the punctured wound. This was Zhao Qing's specialty knife formation. As long as one was surrounded by the knife formation, no matter how strong one was, there would be no other ending other than being sliced into pieces within the knife formation. This was Zhao Qing's confidence and strength as a peak heaven immortal expert. So what if the mountain of flesh was big? Just looking at how easily it cut through flesh, the end result would be just pieces of minced meat. The size of the meat pieces also depended on Zhao Qing's mood. However, the knife formation that Zhao Qing was so proud of disappeared without a trace not long after entering the mountain of flesh. Not to mention a trace, even the spiritual connection between it and Zhao Qing was completely severed. Zhao Qing himself could no longer control it. The current situation did not allow Zhao Qing to consider what had happened to the knife formation. The huge mountain of flesh directly covered the sky, and at this moment it was slamming down solidly on his head. As the distance closed in, Zhao Qing could feel the extremely terrifying power contained within the mountain of flesh. All the defensive treasures were used by Zhao Qing in this instant, creating a circular ball of light with a radius of several tens of feet around Zhao Qing's body. Zhao Qing only had time to do all this before the mountain of flesh had already slammed heavily onto the ball of light. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, as if a balloon had been burst. The circular ball of light did not even last for a second before it was directly smashed. Zhao Qing's body was also directly smashed into the soft desert by the mountain of flesh, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Pooh! Zhao Qing, who had instantly sunk into darkness, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he finally felt a deep sense of fear. What exactly was that mountain of flesh? Why was it so shockingly powerful? A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhao Qing was able to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly immortal stage, so he was definitely an expert among experts. At this moment, He did not even have the slightest bit of hope in his mind. How could he still care about his pet? The most important thing was to be able to escape with his life. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qing was already tens of miles away. However, this distance was nothing compared to the huge mountain of flesh. Zhao Qing did not relax at all. He continuously used the earth escape technique, not daring to take a single breath. When he was 1,000 miles away, Zhao Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to continue escaping, his body involuntarily flew upwards. In a state of great shock, Zhao Qing hurriedly used his spiritual sense to investigate his surroundings. However, within 1,000 miles, he did not discover anything other than sand. Further away, there seemed to be nothing at all. When he used his spiritual sense to investigate, it was actually a stretch of nothingness. In the midst of his shock and bewilderment, the sand around his body suddenly began to compress violently. All the gaps seemed to have been completely squeezed out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the desert with a radius of 1,000 miles had become a piece of tightly compressed rock. The omnipresent power of fear directly locked Zhao Qing's body firmly in the rock. No matter how Zhao Qing used his escape technique, he was unable to move his body at all. If someone were to observe from high up in the sky, with their eyes still able to see through the ground, they would definitely discover that the ground had just arched up a part of the earth dragon's figure. After that, Zhao Qing had escaped 1,000 miles away, but he was directly swallowed into the stomach of a huge mouth. Chapter 1694. As soon as Yangqin unlocked the seal, he communicated with the spiritual awareness of the earth dragon. What surprised Yangqin was that before, whether it was Old Insect or Old High, they were all monster race cultivators, and as soon as they communicated, they could immediately give clear feedback. But now the earth dragon was different. It just gave Yangqin a very friendly thought, nothing else. Even if Yangqin sent the transformation secret art over, the other party was indifferent. But the meaning of Yang Chen's intention to deal with the fairy Immortal Master was executed very thoroughly. Yang Chen watched all this happen from thousands of miles away. But even if the spiritual awareness reached the level of Yang Chen, the spiritual awareness threads that were condensed from the 3 purities secret art fell on the body of the earth dragon. It could not detect the body of the earth dragon. If it weren't for the huge body of the earth dragon covering tens of thousands of miles, Yangqin could hardly believe that there was such a behemoth over there. There was no response to the transformation secret art, and soon Yangqin realized that the earth dragon had not yet reached the point where its mind was fully opened. Perhaps it was because the seal had been too long, leading to degradation, or perhaps it had not developed to that point in the beginning. The current realm of the earth dragon was at most the same as those ordinary demon pets, and could only communicate with simple consciousness. There was no need to think about talking. It was not even as good as Xiaotian. Actually, this situation was understandable. The earth dragon was not an intelligent, demonic beast to begin with. Under the nourishment of an enormous amount of spiritual power, it was already very difficult for it to raise its strength to the level of a grand, supreme, mystic immortal. It was even more difficult for it to be smart and quick-witted. Furthermore, it had been sealed for an unknown amount of time. Fortunately, the peak fairy Immortal Master, for some reason, did not open the seal and did not even input a trace of spiritual awareness into the seal formation, so the Yangqin almost picked up this bargain in front of him. The earth dragon was naturally kind to Yangqin, and the fairy Immortal Master was out of luck. With just one strike, the earth dragon let Yangqin see the incomparably terrifying strength of its huge body. The powerful saber formation easily broke the earth dragon's defense, but to the earth dragon, whose body was tens of thousands of miles long, the small saber formation couldn't even penetrate its skin, and was immediately stuck in its flesh, unable to move. No matter how powerful a magic treasure was, it would be useless once it was severed from its master's divine sense. When the earth dragon opened its mouth, it covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Not only did it swallow the peak heaven immortal expert, it also swallowed all the giant centipedes that were scattered around the area. Yang Chen had no enmity with that heaven immortal expert, and Yang Chen would not have the intention to kill before they even met. Therefore, the expert was still alive. However, those giant centipedes were not so lucky. Tens of thousands of giant centipedes, which were close to the Earth immortal level, were simply a great supplement for the Earth dragons. One bite wasn't enough, so it opened its mouth and sucked. Those giant centipedes, scattered around the periphery, were involuntarily swallowed along with a large amount of sand. In the blink of an eye, the group of giant centipedes that were chasing after Yang Chen arrogantly became the meat on the Earth Dragon's plate. Not a single one escaped. Zhao Qing, who was trapped in the stone ball and unable to move, used all his strength, but he still couldn't move an inch. His escape technique, which had worked hundreds of times in the past, was now completely useless. In this kind of stone ball that was as hard as steel, it was already the Earth Dragon's mercy that Zhao Qing didn't die. There was no need to think about anything else. Soon, under Yang Chen's command, the stone ball that was wrapped around Zhao Qing was sent to Yang Chen. Then it was peeled off layer by layer, and soon Zhao Qing's head was revealed. And Zhao Qing's Qingquan bag was also sent to Yang Chen's hands. Who would have thought that, in a moment of carelessness, there would be a sailboat in the gutter? The moment he saw Yang Chen, Zhao Qing knew Yang Chen's identity. This human immortal level little guy was clearly the little toy that his pet had been chasing after. He didn't think that the two of them would meet under such circumstances. However, Zhao Qing wasn't willing to accept this. The moment he opened his mouth, he clearly expressed his anger. What he said was the truth. If he found out that Yang Chen was here, he would immediately come out to kill Yang Chen personally. This definitely wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to eat medicine for regret, but there was no place to buy it. Senior, don't worry about it. On the path of cultivation, there is no smooth road. There are always ups and downs. Yang Chen didn't care about Zhao Qing's attitude. What he wanted to know was his identity and why he made a special trip here. One must know that he had stayed in the core of the ceiling formation for more than 10 years. To say that he had nothing to do with the formation, who would believe it? Humph. Yang Chen's words didn't make Zhao Qing feel any better. Instead, he snorted coldly. After being humiliated by a human immortal junior, if not for the fact that he had no choice, Zhao Qing would have already made a move. I have yet to ask for Senior's name. Yang Chen's words were very polite, but his subordinates weren't polite at all. They had already opened Zhao Qing's Qingquan bag and slowly flipped through this fella's belongings. In Zhao Qing's silence, Yang Chen quickly flipped through some items that could prove Zhao Qing's identity. Then, a surprised smile appeared on his face. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance I find it by chance. Yang Chen didn't know how to celebrate his good luck. Who would have thought that while he unlocked the seal and obtained a grand supreme mystic immortal expert, he would also find a member of the Zhao family, and a big shot at that. He was at the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm. Just his cultivation alone was enough to make the Zhao family treat him like an ancestor. Presumably, he knew a lot of things. The only pity was that the other party's cultivation was too high. Whether it was spiritual force or spiritual sense, it was much higher than Yang Chen's. It wasn't that easy to get information from him. With a simple thought, the Earth Dragon, Yang Chen, and Zhao Qing, who had just been freed, were swallowed in one gulp. In the stomach of the Earth Dragon, Yang Chen didn't have to worry about any accidents happening. Even if there were some things, he could say them without worry. If the other party wasn't a member of the Zhao family, Yang Chen would at most ask a few simple questions and find an opportunity to release him. But since he was an expert from the Zhao family, then Yang Chen couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. What are you doing? The Zhao family's Zhao Qing watched in horror as Yang Chen chopped off his limbs without hesitation and then crippled his cultivation. The hatred in his heart was at its peak, But what followed was a deep sense of fear. How much could a worldly Immortal Junior gain from a pinnacle of the sky Immortal realm expert? Any cultivator would understand that Zhao Qing had already thought this through, but he didn't expect Yang Qin to be so ruthless. He actually didn't want to give him any chance to retaliate. Chapter 1695. When Yang Qin left the desert, it didn't look like a desert at all. The last thing Zhao Qing heard was Yang Chen whispering in his ear, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor." Yang Qin and the Zhao family were mortal enemies. Yang Qin felt no pressure accepting this karma. However, the tenacity of this heaven immortal expert from the Zhao family was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. It was easy to destroy a person's cultivation, but it was extremely difficult to open a person's heart. Although Zhao Qing didn't have the cultivation of a heaven immortal, he still had the will of a heaven immortal. As a result, Yang Chen's hypnosis didn't have a complete effect on him. Of course, it didn't have any effect at all. At the very least, when Yang Chen destroyed his opponent to the point where he was on the verge of collapse, he still managed to get some information. This guy didn't answer the specific location of the Zhao family until he died, but Yang Qin knew that the Zhao family controlled a rogue cultivator alliance. To be honest, Yang Qin didn't know much about the Zhao family. Even Zhao Qing himself didn't know the Zhao family's goal, so there was no need to tell Yang Qin. In addition to some cultivation books, this guy's Qingquan bag also had some things he bought from various places. From this, Lin Fan was able to determine some of his activities. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't do these things himself. Now that the mysterious heaven sect was the leader of the Dao sects, there was no need for Yang Chen to do anything. However, he still had to plan how to hand Zhao Qing's things over to the mysterious heaven sect. After all, the real Yang Chen was still in Chunyang Palace refining pills in seclusion, wasn't he? In addition, there was one more thing on Yang Chen's body. It was a maroon bracelet. Apart from being slightly round, the carving on it was very rough. It didn't look very eye-catching. If someone had seen the scene of the earth dragon torturing Zhao Qing, they would definitely wonder why Yang Chen's bracelet was the same color as the earth dragon. This bracelet was transformed from the gigantic earth dragon. A grand, supreme, mystic, immortal earth dragon would definitely be able to control its body completely. Even if its intelligence was not developed, it would still be a piece of cake for it to transform into a bracelet. The earth dragon was still in the form of a demonic beast, and it was so powerful. Yang Qin naturally couldn't let it go. He had to keep it by his side and control it at all times. No one would reject a supreme, mystic, immortal bodyguard, right? There was another advantage to bringing along the earth dragon, which was that the weight of its huge body was almost comparable to that of the purified bottles in the herb garden. When Yang Chen used the identity of Lu Xiang, it was not good to use the pure bottle medicine garden at any time and place, so even the normal yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique was stopped. Now that he had the earth dragon bracelet, he could make up for this regret. In order to cover up everything that happened here, Yang Qin even let the earth dragon directly open its mouth and swallow a large piece of desert together with the spiritual vein. In this way, there would be no traces of fighting left here. Even if someone came to investigate, they would not find any clues. On the other hand, because the earth dragon had swallowed tens of thousands of giant centipedes that were close to the earth immortal level, plus the huge desert, it really took a while to digest, so it was just too lazy to move. Yang Chen naturally gave it a sense of closeness. Staying on Yang Chen's body was just right for cultivation. The earth dragon had the instinct to shield spiritual sense. Even Yang Chen's spiritual sense could not find the trace of the earth dragon at a close distance. Now that it had turned into a bracelet, it would not attract the attention of others. It was estimated that only the people around Yang Chen would notice that there was an additional ornament on Yang Chen's hand, but no one would have thought that this bracelet was actually alive. Now, Yang Chen was really not afraid of anything. with the Earth Dragon bodyguard at the Grand Supreme Shen Immortal level, as long as he was not besieged by a few Grand Supreme Shen Immortals. Yang Chen would always have a chance to escape or even fight back against the enemy. The Earth Dragon had no intelligence, so it had no name and could not talk. This was just right. Yang Chen treated the Earth Dragon as his pet, and when the time was right, he would give it to one of the women around him. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Yang Chen unlocked the seal of an expert without anyone knowing. At the same time, he also killed a Heaven Immortal expert from the Zhao family and found some clues. It was time to go back and plan to give these things to the Xiantian sect so that they could charge and break through the enemy lines. Lu Xiang, an unremarkable disciple of Chunying Palace who had been out for 30 years, returned to the sect in a very low-key manner and began to cultivate in seclusion. No one paid much attention to anything else. Naturally, Yang Chen returned to his original identity and appeared in front of everyone. During this seclusion, Yang Chen refined another batch of 5 revolutions marrow pill. There were more than 100 pills in total, which was enough for the Wanbao Tower to consume for a long time. Next, Yang Chen naturally could not only refine the marrow pill, but change to another kind of pill that everyone needed. The appearance pill was the pill that almost all female cultivators dreamed of in the mortal world. In the spiritual world, because the second revolution pill refined by Yang Chen was not effective enough to meet the needs of female cultivators in the spiritual world, there had been no market for it. But this did not mean that the female cultivators who had used the appearance pill or heard of the appearance pill would forget about it. It was one thing for Yang Chen to break through to the realm of alchemy, but when he was free, Yang Chen still needed to refine some 4th and 5th revolution appearance pill to meet the needs of female cultivators. Yang Chen was now very familiar with refining the 5 revolutions marrow pill. For the appearance pill, which was slightly less difficult, there was almost nothing that could baffle Yang Chen. The only thing to consider was that the medicinal materials must be old enough to have a better effect. In the spiritual world, perhaps there was no shortage of elixirs that were more than 10,000 years old or even longer. This was not the mortal world. Cultivators would ascend after more than 1,000 years, at most 2,000 years. Usually in the spiritual world, even geniuses with good aptitudes had to stay for 3,000 to 4,000 years. There were indeed a lot of elixirs accumulated by the sect. Honestly, according to the refining technique of the appearance pill, Yang Chen refined 2 furnaces of appearance pill, one for the 4th revolution and one for the 5th revolution. Although Yang Chen could now refine the 6th grade medicinal pill, Yang Chen still refrained from taking out the best. Women, he always had to let them have some sense of expectation. The pill recipe of the appearance pill, Yang Chen kept it for himself and never sold it. Yang Chen said in advance that this was a little capital for himself to support his family, and no one had any objections to this. This time, Yang Chen took out these appearance pill. The first thing was to win over the 2 sect, Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. Of course, most of the female cultivators were extremely interested in this. Chapter 1696. It was not that no one in the spiritual world had refined similar appearance pill. Even not only in the spiritual world, but also in the mortal world and the immortal world, there were people who loved beauty, and there were many similar appearance pill. However, not everyone could refine a pill that was as effective as Fairy Chang'e's. It must be known that Fairy Chang'e also spent countless efforts to get such a pill recipe from the Old Lord. It was originally for the use of the great principal Golden Immortal. Even if Yang Chen had simplified it a lot, it was still extraordinary for the female cultivators in the mortal world and the spiritual world. There were not only 1 or 2 alchemists who saw the needs of female cultivators. Even many alchemists in Danding School had refined appearance pill in the mortal world. Although these medicinal pills were not as enchanting as Yang Chen's appearance pill, which could keep one's appearance unchanged for thousands of years, the effect was not as good, and it could also keep one's appearance unchanged for 400 or 500 years. The realm of the cultivators in the spiritual world was generally improved, and the effect of medicinal pills in the mortal world was far from keeping up. Even if there were fourth, fifth, or even sixth or seventh revolutions, it could at best let female cultivators maintain their appearance for a few decades. As for achieving Yang Chen's appearance pills rejuvenation in the mortal world, it was simply impossible. Not to mention other people's medicinal pills, even Yang Chen's appearance pill. With the same original medicinal materials, it was impossible to have that kind of rejuvenation effect. Aging was the general trend, which could not be made up by a mere medicinal pill, unless enough natural treasures could be found to make up for it. Yang Chen understood this very well, so in refining this time, he deliberately added a raw material to the appearance pills recipe. Strictly speaking, it was not a medicinal material, it was just the flower of a Zhu's main body in the medicine garden. A Zhu's main body was a peach tree. Later, after Yang Chen found the immortal peach of South Pole Immortal One, the peach pit was absorbed by a Zhu. The peaches of the South Pole Immortal One were absolutely the best for replenishing one's vitality and essence, and even a Zhu had some of this effect. The peach trees bloomed, and after the flowers withered, they naturally fell to the ground. In the herb garden, they returned to the herb garden and became the fertilizer to nourish the herb garden. However, Yang Chen asked Azu to keep all the petals. The petals contained the breath of the immortal peach. Although the life force essence contained in them was not enough to change the acquired spiritual root, it could be used in the spiritual world. After the fourth or fifth revolution refinement, it could be used to make up for the lost essence of some cultivators, and it could barely achieve the effect of restoring one's youth. Back then, the South Pole Immortal One's immortal crane and Cicadier had placed the immortal peach in the mortal world, while the other had left it in the spirit realm. It was said that the immortal peach in the spirit realm had already sprouted and grown into a huge tree. After this busy period, Yang Chen also wanted to go there and harvest the whole fairy peach tree. At that time, he believed that the effect of the appearance pill would be even stronger. Yang Chen packaged all the appearance pill separately. Each appearance pill was matched with a crystal-clear jade bottle engraved with a sealing array. This appearance alone could increase the overall price by 30%. In recent years, the spiritual world has been basically calm and there have been no twists and turns. But Yang Chen knew that this peace would soon be broken. Within 1,000 years, the spiritual world would come. What Yang Chen could do was to try his best to build himself and the Chunyang Palace before that tribulation, and to be in an invincible position in advance. After staying in the sect for a while, Yang Chen went out again and went straight to the Green Jade Immortal Island. What is this? Looking at a very exquisite jade bottle that Yang Chen took out, Shan nestled in Yang Chen's arms, took it in her hand, and looked at it carefully before asking lazily. At this time, Shan didn't have the coldness of the cold plum fairy in the eyes of outsiders. Her face was full of a radiant blush. She was hugged by Yang Chen from behind. She was simply a bright young woman, not the cold plum fairy in people's minds. Fifth grade appearance pill. Yang Chen replied with a smile, buried his head in the back of Shan's neck, gently smelling the beautiful smell of his wife. It's a gift for your elders to flatter them. When he was in the mortal world, because Shan was ignored in the sect, Yang Chen once had an outburst. After Shan knew about it, she was even more devoted to her husband. Now that she heard that it was her husband who gave her face, there was a burst of warmth in her heart. She turned around and took the initiative to kiss Yang Chen. It was not until a few days after Yang Chen and Shan got together that Yang Chen and Shan came to the original Lord of Tantai together. Then, under the introduction of the Lord of Tantai, they met the current island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. With Yang Chen's identity in the spiritual world, without the introduction of a character like the Lord of Tantai, if he wanted to meet the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island directly, he didn't even need to think about it. Even if Shan was a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she did not have this kind of treatment. After all, Sher Shanshan had only ascended for more than 100 years. The most tender junior was still far from being qualified. The current island master also looked like a middle-aged, beautiful woman. Her cultivation base was already at the first grade of Heaven Immortal. She was in her prime, and there were no signs of aging. However, among the elders next to her, there were at least 3 of them who looked like old women with chicken skin and crane hair. This is the 5th grade appearance pill. The island master didn't seem to need to use the appearance pill for the time being, so she directly handed the appearance pill to one of the 3 elders. The other party took the jade bottle and rubbed it for a long time before he raised his head and asked with some doubts, "Yes, this is the 5th grade appearance pill that this younger generation junior refined himself." In the face of the elder-level figures of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Qin was also very polite. First, it was out of the etiquette of the younger generation. Second, the 3 elders in front of him were the best advertising spokespersons for his appearance pill, people who could bring benefits to himself. Yang Chen was usually very polite. "I have eaten a lot of appearance pill, but in the situation of the old woman, there's not much difference whether I eat more or less, unless my cultivation base can go further." The female elder didn't believe in Yang Chen's medicinal pill very much, although she had heard of Yang Chen's name. After all, Yang Chen was only a 5th grade alchemist master. Even the 6th and 7th grade alchemist master couldn't do it, a mere 5th grade alchemist master. She really didn't dare to have much hope. Even if Yang Chen was the leader among the 5th grade alchemist masters, there was no 5th grade alchemist master more powerful than Yang Chen. But Yang Chen couldn't be compared with a real 6th or 7th grade alchemist master. If it weren't for Yang Chen's appearance pill in the mortal world, the female cultivators in the world would flock to it. It was estimated that these people wouldn't even be interested in it. Well, this old woman will risk her life to accompany the gentleman and try your 5th grade appearance pill. Just now, it seemed that she had made a burst of emotion. After the emotion, the female elder opened the jade bottle and took out the 5th grade dragon mark appearance pill and sent it to her mouth. Everyone else stared at the female elder nervously, waiting for the effect of the medicine to take effect.